In order, the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Light of the world, shine your love on us this day. Break forth into the darkness of our world with your truth and illuminate the paths you would have us take as we move through this day. Make visible to us your abiding presence, that in the certainty of your company, we would be more willing to go forth, step up, and speak your life-giving word into the uncertainty of these times. Reveal to us your redeeming will, that we would receive the righteousness you offer us. May our personal holiness be grounded in humility and motivated by our desire to serve you. Thus may your light shine unobscured through our renewed commitment to this world, our country, and your people. May we have the eyes to see those who are in need, and may our lives reflect the warmth of your light on those who hide in despair. This day, may our words, our deeds, and our relationships one with another be a witness to your light and your love. In the gift of your revealed name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. The pledge will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to five requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I congratulate and thank the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia on the opening of their second inpatient hospital in my district in King of Prussia. CHOP's Middleman Family Pavilion will dedicate more than 750,000 square feet of space solely to children. In our continued fight with COVID-19, we need more facilities like this one that families from all over our region can access. As the first pediatric emergency room in Montgomery County, CHOP will ensure that more children in Pennsylvania will have timely, nationally acclaimed care. The Middleman Family Pavilion will also create many jobs for Montgomery County community, bringing needed jobs to our communities like Norristown, Bridgeport, Conshohocken. Now more than ever, with CHOP, it is all about the children. That is the same for me. We need healthcare facilities that meet the demands of today, that treat our children with expert care and our families with compassion. Congratulations, CHOP. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent of the House to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot can happen in a year. A woman can deliver a newborn. A child can learn to walk. And a small virus leaked from a lab in Wuhan, China can go around the globe and cause a global pandemic. While the first two are joyous, the latter, and the 1-year anniversary of the Biden administration, is nothing to celebrate. We have the highest inflation in 40 years, and you don't need a graph to show that. We see it each day when we go to fill up our tank or go to the grocery store. We have the end of American energy independence and a plea to OPEC to increase petroleum production. Record high numbers of illegal border crossings, almost double legal immigration with no COVID-19 testing. Record high illegal drug crossings, especially synthetic fentanyl, with record high overdoses, especially in our young population, 18 to 45. Record high homicides and crime in blue states. Disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, Saigon 2.0, with the loss of billions in equipment and the lives of 13 of our servicemen and women. Disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan has led to increased instability with Russia and China, and a vaccine mandate that ignores science, which shows that both the Delta virus can transmit even if vaccinated and boosted, and the Omicron wanes within 1 month. My advice to this administration in the vaccine mandate: stop what you're doing and go on vacation. Thank you. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the award of a Congressional Gold Medal to the 52 hostages of the Iran hostage crisis that were released after 444 days of captivity 41 years ago today. On November 4th, 1979, Iranian student militants stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and took embassy employees captive. Despite mock firing squads, beatings, solitary confinement, lack of food, and psychological torture, the American hostages maintained their strength and resilience. Back at home, Americans remained united in their support for the hostages, many tying yellow ribbons around trees as a sign of solidarity. The former hostages have never received proper recognition from their government for their sacrifices. This bipartisan bill is a symbol of our nation's ability to come together to honor these American heroes. As of today, the bill has over 166 co-sponsors. Special thanks to Commission 52 and Chairman Brock Pierce for helping to gather support for the bill. It's a true public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This week marks 1 year of President Biden's out-of-touch, reckless, and disastrous presidency. The past 12 months have been filled with failure after failure, and Americans are dealing with the consequences at every corner. From skyrocketing inflation, increased crime rates, a disastrous Afghanistan exit, and open border agenda, concerned parents labeled as domestic terrorists, and more, this administration has failed the American people. Amidst all the crisis, President Biden has spent a quarter of his year in his first year in his Delaware basement, avoiding all responsibilities. This is unacceptable from anyone. I came to Congress to serve the people of Texas' 25th Congressional District, and when I'm back home, firsthand I hear how Texans are worse off under President Biden than ever before. The bottom line is a year into the Biden administration's socialist and far-left agenda has dragged our country backwards, not forwards. It's time America has leaders that put America first. President Joe Biden is not that leader. He's at 33% approval. In God we trust. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President of the United States. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the federal dollars coming to the Houston area to solve the supply chain issues facing our community and to create more jobs. Yesterday, the Biden administration announced over $14 billion for projects that will improve our nation's ports, waterways, and railroads. That includes $147 million for a project to expand the Houston Ship Channel on the way to the Port of Houston. This project will make it easier for ships to reach the docks and help more cargo move faster from the container ship to the store shelf, and will create jobs, jobs, jobs. This is huge for Texas, huge for Houston, and for the whole country. Thanks to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act passed by this chamber, we're solving the real problems facing everyday Americans. I am grateful for the leadership of President Biden and my colleagues in the Congress for getting this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Like unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I listened last night to President Biden's press conference and was disappointed that he felt the Republicans did not want to work with them. I would like to open the door, first of all, to working together to balance the budget. We don't consider it a goal of ours to race to get to $30 trillion in debt. So please, Mr. Biden, convene a group of Republicans and Democrats. Let's work together to balance the budget. Secondly, prior to you taking office, it was routine about 20,000 people a month would cross the border. Now we're over 80,000. I secondly ask that we convene a bipartisan group to get back down to 2,000 people a month to cross the border. And finally, at the time President Trump was president, he was given a cocktail in which he cured his COVID problem almost immediately. That cocktail should be available to all Americans. I again encourage a joint conference with us to get together and cure the people who get COVID. And finally, Mr. President, stop being so divisive and screaming racism right and left. It does no good for this body to constantly call racism. Thank you.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, people have been traveling across the Merrill and Ring Creek Bridge in Everett, Washington since Herbert Hoover was President of the United States. And every day, residents drive, walk, pedal, and roll across the bridge to get to and from work and school in Everett and to catch the ferry in Mukilteo. Commuters on Everett Transit's Route 18 bus rely on the bridge to access Sound commuter rail and Amtrak service at Everett Station. However, a recent assessment revealed the bridge is not only structurally deficient, it is vulnerable to collapse in the event of an earthquake. But thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, Washington communities now will receive more than $605 million over the next 5 years to invest in critical bridge repairs. And last week, Everett officials took me across the Merrill and Ring Creek Bridge and told me how this bold, long-term investment will create jobs, drive economic recovery, and keep people on the move. Mr. Chair, you cannot have a big league economy with little league infrastructure. But thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, communities in my district now have the resources needed to repair aging bridges and build a winning game plan for the region's economic future. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and recognize one of the first district's finest, quarterback Stetson Bennett of the Georgia Bulldogs. Football is filled with stories of triumph, tribulation, and heart. The saga of Stetson Bennett has now cemented itself as one of those great stories that football fans will talk about for generations. Hailing from Blackshear, Georgia in Pierce County, Stetson Bennett grew up with a dream and a drive to turn that dream into reality. As a young quarterback at Pierce County High School, Stetson was able to accumulate 3,700 passing yards, 500 rushing yards, and 40 touchdowns, along with Class 3A second-team All-State honors. Despite his accomplishments, Stetson was overlooked by many top football programs, but he never gave up the dream, and he walked on at the University of Georgia. Following his freshman year, he chose to transfer to a junior college where he went 10-2 and won a championship. He returned to the University of Georgia his junior year and earned the starting role. This past season, Stetson Bennett spearheaded the Dogs to their first college football national championship in 42 years. The dream has become reality. Stetson, you inspire me, and you will inspire others for many years to come. Congratulations, and go Dogs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, seeking unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we honor the life and memory of Officer Bobby Reed. He was born November 23, 1951, and Bobby Reed's life was about service to his community and to his country. As a Marine, he was deployed overseas to Vietnam, where he served honorably and attained the rank of Staff Sergeant. When he returned home to Santa Ana, California, my hometown, he decided to join the local police department to continue protecting his community and serving his community. During his 20 years of service on the Santa Ana police force, Officer Reed was honored many times over by his colleagues in his community for his exemplary service and character. Multiple organizations such as the Kiwanians and MAD recognized him with many awards. He was also elected to the board as a board member of the Santa Ana Police Officers Association, showing again his leadership and his positive influence on others. As we celebrate Bobby's life, may his example continue to shine for the next generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the 76th Speaker of the Texas House of Representatives, Representative Dade Phelan of Beaumont, Texas. Speaker Phelan, who is serving his 4th term representing the Great District 21, is one of the most conservative speakers in our state's history and has made it his priority to significantly improve the lives of Texans every single day. As only the 4th Republican to hold the Texas House speakership since 1871, or 151 years, he has set the bar high for any who might follow in his footsteps. He fought to pass landmark legislation that protects businesses, taxpayers, the unborn, religious freedoms, and our Second Amendment rights. Under his leadership, the Texas House led on criminal justice reform issues, health care affordability, police funding, and addressing Winter Storm Uri's long-term impact on our state. I cannot express how proud we are in Texas 14 to claim Speaker Phelan, his wife Kim, their 4 precious boys, Ford, Mac, Hank, and little Luke, as our own. Mr. Speaker Phelan, thank you for all you do for Texas. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 860, I call up the bill, H.R. 4673, as amended and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 160, H.R. 4673, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide for the automatic enrollment of eligible veterans in patient enrollment system of Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Gentlemen, suspend for just a moment. Pursuant to House Resolution 860, an amendment to in the nature of the substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-26 is adopted, and the bill as amended and is considered read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material in H.R. 4673 as amended.
Without objection?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4673 as amended, my bill, the Ensuring Veterans Smooth Transition, or EVEST Act. I've made suicide prevention a top priority for the House Veterans Affairs Committee. Last Congress, we passed bipartisan, bicameral mental health legislative packages, including the Commander John Scott Hannon Veterans Mental Health Improvement Act and the Veterans Compact Act. This Congress, we continued this work by passing the Sergeant Ketchum Rural Veterans Mental Health Act into law, but there's always more to do. EVEST builds on our work and finally closes one of the most glaring gaps for veterans being able to successfully access high-quality VA health services, the enrollment process. We shouldn't be trying to hide VA care from those who earned it. We know that the months following transition out of the military can be very stressful and particularly risky for new veterans in terms of mental health. With the EVEST Act, service members will be automatically enrolled in VA care during their transition out of the military with the choice to opt out. This helps simplify the process and prevents veterans from potentially missing out on life-saving care. It also keeps veterans from having to opt into VA care later and attempt to navigate a new bureaucracy all on their own. The symptoms of PTSD can be significantly improved in veterans who receive prompt mental health care. A 2014 study led by researchers at the San Francisco VA Medical Center looked at nearly 40,000 Iraq and Afghanistan veterans who received VA mental health care between 2001 and 2011 and had a post-deployment diagnosis of PTSD. They found that veterans who sought and received care soon after the end of their service had lower levels of PTSD upon follow-up a year after they initiated care. Each year that a veteran waited to initiate treatment, there was about a 5% increase in the odds that their PTSD either not improving or getting worse. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter the study from the San Francisco VA Medical Center into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. A smooth care transition from DoD to VA can help support veterans as they adjust to the next phase of their lives and provide easy access to health care should any challenges arise. Everyday Americans find it difficult and frustrating to sign up for health care. Now imagine that you've just come off active duty military service where for years you were told when and where to show up for your health care. You probably heard something about VA services during your transition assistance program, but frankly, you were focused on everything you had to do to finalize separation from the military and possibly looking for new employment and relocating your family. Now, after having separated from the military, you're a veteran. And maybe for the first time, you have to figure out how to check your eligibility for VA health care and navigate the system while potentially also facing some new stress in your personal and family life. This is completely avoidable with eVest, which simply enrolls you in the VA health care for which you're already eligible, ensuring that when you need VA, there aren't any unnecessary roadblocks to seeing a doctor. Now let me say that again. This legislation has nothing to do with a veteran's eligibility, nor does it change VA standards or who is eligible. It only connects eligible veterans to VA care faster and easier. We know that veterans are much more likely to use VA services and care when the process to enroll is simple. And we know that VA care is world-class. eVest is a straightforward tool that will allow us to simplify the transition process and take steps toward preventing veteran suicide. Automatic enrollment is something policymakers and veteran service organizations and stakeholders have been trying to advance for years. And with eVest, it will finally become a reality. Paralyzed Veterans of America and Disabled American Veterans have formally endorsed this legislation. The Nurses Organization of Veterans Affairs, the American Federation of Government Employees, the Veterans Health Policy Institute, and the American Psychological Association also support eVest. And again, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters of support from the Nurses Organization of Veterans Affairs and the Veterans Health Policy Institute.
Without objection.
Now, I wish to thank Speaker Pelosi and Leader Hoyer for considering this legislation today, and I urge the rest of my colleagues to support this vital legislation to increase access to care and ensure a smooth transition to civilian life for veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 4673, the Ensure Veterans Smooth Transition, or eVest Act. You know, this bill would require VA to automatically enroll every eligible separating service member into the VA healthcare system. You know, as a veteran, I know firsthand as a transition from military to civilian life can be hard. One of the goals is to remove barriers to care for veterans, whether they left the military decades ago or just last week. I believe the intention of the eVest Act is to further that goal by connecting more at-risk service members with the VA as they leave the service. Now, I support the intention. I know many of other members do as well, which is why I expect the bill to pass the House and probably on a bipartisan basis. However, as a ranking member of the VA committee, I have a different perspective on this bill than many of my colleagues. I have taken a long, hard look at this legislation, and what I have seen is a bill that may be well-intended, but has several potential problems. To start with, the eVest Act enrolls separating service members into the VA healthcare system without their knowledge or consent. Only after they've been enrolled does the bill require VA to inform the veterans of their enrollment, the status of their enrollment, and how to opt out by disenrolling themselves. We shouldn't be signing veterans up for a government program they aren't asking for, and many even may never need without at least letting them know first. And we shouldn't be telling them that if they don't like it, they can figure out how to disenroll themselves. That's backwards. Veterans deserve better than that. Veterans also deserve better than a bill that has been rushed through Congress without due diligence. There has never been a single hearing on the eVest Act in this Congress. You may hear the chairman say that there's been a hearing on this bill last Congress. That's true. But last Congress and this Congress are very different. We had a different administration last Congress. We had a different VA secretary last Congress. I believe more than 70 members are new this Congress. More than half of the membership of the VA committee is new as well. And regardless, VA did not provide testimony at the hearing last Congress. We have no idea if VA can implement the bill without disrupting service to the veterans already in the VA health system, further burdening VA's already overworked staff, or increasing the strain on VA's already overfull facilities. Every member of the House hears from veterans in our district who are waiting too long for care they need, stuck in crowded VA facilities, and being treated by VA staff who are struggling and overwhelmed. I'm concerned that this bill could make each of those things worse. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Last week, right before this bill was considered by the Rules Committee, the Biden administration issued a statement of administration policy on the eVest Act. The statement reads, and I quote, there may be challenges implementing this bill as drafted by, and the administration looks forward to working with Congress, end quote. In other words, even the president recognizes that this bill needs more work. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include that statement of administration policy into the record.
Without objection?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to be clear, the VA committee has numerous opportunities in the last year to do that work that I had just discussed. And I don't know why the chairman chose not to. I've heard him say over the last week that it's okay we didn't have a hearing on the eVest Act in this Congress because the bill has been in the public domain. Now, I'm not sure what that statement really means because there's been almost 400 bills introduced in this Congress that have been referred to the VA committee. I guess that each of those are in the public domain. But I don't think any of them are ready for a vote here on the House floor. It's not too much to ask that we seek the input from stakeholders before voting on a bill to become law. That's actually the least we can do. And yet I don't think our constituents sent us here to do anything less than that. You know, during last week's Rules Committee, Congressman Torres, a member of the Chairman Takano's own party, seemed to agree with me by lamenting that the lack of process on this bill has received this Congress. With all due respect to the Congresswoman, I doubt that we agree on much. But we do agree on this, though. Having this bill go through much more robust process, this Congress could have resulted in a much better product for our veterans. Finally, I want to note that the bill will also cost taxpayers $3.1 billion in new discretionary spending. Not a penny of that $3.1 billion is offset. Implementing this bill will certainly require additional funding above the nearly $100 billion already appropriated for the VA healthcare system. We cannot keep saddling our children and grandchildren with billions more debt. We have to do better than this. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that I understand why my colleagues would likely vote for this bill. I wish I could vote for this bill as well. You know, leaving the military wasn't easy. It can leave new veterans feeling adrift and alone. I've been there. But that's why I support efforts during the Trump administration to improve the Transition Assistance Program and increase the VA's outreach to separating service members during their first year out of uniform. I want separating service members who need additional support to be able to get it and the help they need and in a seamless manner. And I am not at all confident that this bill will accomplish that goal without harming services to other veterans and adding to the national debt. As a result, I must oppose it today, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that we should not be hiding the care that our veterans have earned. Let me just quickly say that this bill has been in the public domain for 2 years. It was reintroduced last summer, and the minority has had over 6 months to talk with us and the VA about it. Furthermore, the committee has held 6 hearings on suicide prevention and transition since 2019. The common sense of this bill shines through. And let me just also add that regarding the capacity of VA, and I'm glad that the ranking member has entered the statement of administrative support into the record, that statement clearly says and declares the administration's support and its willingness to work with the administration. Data shows that the VA enrollment has been going down in recent years, and while new enrollment hovers around 400,000 per year, it used to be double that, around 1 million per year, and using current assumptions, VA projects veteran enrollment in VHA to remain relatively steady from 2019 to 2029. I am very, very confident about VA's ability to absorb the additional veterans that will take advantage of VA's world-class health care. At this time, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend and member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs and the chairman of the Subcommittee on Technology and Modernization, the gentleman from Indiana, Chairman Mervan.
Thank you, Mr.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. It is my honor today to rise in support of H.R. 4673, the Ensuring Veterans Smooth Transition Act. I appreciate the leadership of Chairman Takano to advance this critical legislation that will require the VA to automatically enroll individuals who are separating from the military into the VA system. Our brave members of the military put their lives and health on the line every day to keep our nation safe, defend our democracy, and protect our freedoms. We have a responsibility to make it easy as possible for them to transition from military service to civilian life. And I am pleased that this legislation does just that. My experiences have afforded me the opportunity as a former township trustee in Northwest Indiana to work every day with the veterans community. I was able to initiate a Veterans Services Roundtable and bring together veteran organizations to discuss, coordinate, and streamline much-needed resources for our veterans. In many instances, it was not that the resources or the benefit was unavailable, but rather the individual was unaware of the existing benefit or unable to access, for whatever reason, the very resource they needed. Today, I am thinking of those countless discussions and individuals as I will vote to support the eVest Act. It is an effective proposal to help ensure that veterans access the valuable health care services available to them during this transition process from active to veteran status. Today, I want to make sure we meet our veterans' mental health needs and increase the veterans' access to health care. I thank you again, Chairman Takano, and my fellow members of the Veteran Affairs Committee for your commitment to supporting veterans and bringing this measure to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in response to the EVEST Act has been in public domain, I think it's very important. You know, this Congress, as I mentioned earlier, the last Congress is not the same as this Congress. We have more than 70 members who are new members of Congress. And so if half of the VA committee is new as well, we have a different president, we have a different secretary. You know, introducing a bill is not the same as conducting a hearing. It's not the same. You can't get the input from the stakeholders. You can't engage in meaningful debate in the public domain. This reflects zero input from the VA, meaning we have no idea whether it's flexible, whether it's workable, whether it's disruptive to the VA system. We don't know. And even the Biden administration agrees that more work is needed before this bill should become law. And the previous speaker, Mr. Speaker, spoke about a person that didn't know what was available to them through the VA. You know, if you were my age as a veteran, it's truly that you could not know because you got a quick class and the TAP program, and I've mentioned on this floor before, is a tap on the back and see you later. But today's TAP program is a course that you take, and you are bound to go and understand separation from your service, active service, and what the VA and other benefits are available to you. And not only that, the Trump administration in 2018, I think it was, put an administrative order out that you are then contacted after separation at 90, 180, and 360 days out to be notified of what the benefits are for you in the VA. We are doing that. This instead enrolls members without their consent, and then they're enrolled, and the only option they have is to be notified later that maybe they can get out of being enrolled. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add that in response to the esteemed ranking member, VA formally supports this legislation and has been discussing auto-enrollment for years. VA has already been working to make transition into VA healthcare smoother with Solid Start, and we'll soon have data showing that warm handoffs have a positive impact on veteran outcomes without overwhelming the VA system. In response to the criticism that VSOs have not had input, I just want to point out that VSOs, including Paralyzed Veterans of America and Disabled American Veterans, have also already formally endorsed EVEST. Because why? The common sense of this legislation shines through. All VSOs have had a chance to weigh in, and many did. The Nurses Organizations of American Veterans Affairs, the American Federation of Government Employees, and the Veterans Health Policy Institute, and the American Psychological Association also support this legislation. And with that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend, a former member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, who now serves on the Agriculture Committee, Homeland Security Committee, and House Judiciary Committee from the great state of California, my own home state, Representative Correa.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in strong support of the EVEST Act. All gave some, and many made the ultimate sacrifice. And America has made a promise to our veterans that we would take care of them when they would return home. I represent Orange County, California, and many of my constituents have served their country proudly. One of my constituents, Billy Hall, from City of Orange, enlisted at the age 15, served from 1941 to 45, World War II, and again from 1948 to 1967 in the Korean and Vietnam Wars. And every service member deserves our respect and gratitude, and most of all the benefits and care that we promised them when they would return home. This legislation, this bill is very simple, but very important. It automatically enrolls veterans in the healthcare system. It provides veterans health care without the red tape. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on eVest and pass this simple and important common sense legislation for our veterans. And with that, I yield back.
Serve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask just simply, in my debate and the things that I brought up here today, I never said the VSOs didn't have input. I did say the VA did not come to the committee. We did not have the proper hearings. And if the VA is in support, I would request that the VA would then send the documentation saying how they are in support of this bill. Their input would be vitally important. Whether it's a Republican or Democrat administration, the VA is vitally important to make sure they provide services to our constituents and to our veterans. No one on this floor cares more about the veterans than the people that serve on this committee. I can guarantee that, whether it's the chairman or myself. But we've got to make sure that what we're providing does what it is we're trying to say. It was mentioned earlier that the VA, that they believe that this would help reduce suicide among transitioning services members. You know, I deeply care about this. This is something that both I and the chairman have worked on and will continue to work on. The majority of the veterans who die of suicide have not had meaningful engagement with the VA. They may have been enrolled in the VA, but they haven't gotten the VA care that they need. This bill would add names of eligible separating service members from the VA and put them on the rolls. But it doesn't do the reach out that is necessary to possibly prevent them from that ultimate decision to end their lives. And, you know, those are the type of things we are working on and will continue to work on. This is not the answer to that. There's a lot of other concerns that I have expressed and will continue to express. With that, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Let me just say that the amendments that we are considering also to this bill today, which I consider friendly, will address many of the ranking members' concerns about the reaching out. I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who serves on the Financial Services Committee and the Select Intelligence Committee, the gentleman from Connecticut, Representative Himes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank Chairman Takano for moving this very, very important effort. In this polarized and angry time, one of the lights of this institution is that we have always come together to better serve our veterans, to better serve those men and women who took the ultimate risk and were prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of all of us and the system that this room embodies. And this is a real problem. As I go around my district and I talk to young veterans, they face any number of transitional issues with housing, with health care. And let's face it, the change from being on active duty to being a veteran is a challenging one that all too often results in the kind of tragedy that we've acknowledged in this chamber here today. And so I rise in strong support of the eVest Act. It's consistent with something that I'm very proud to have accomplished many years ago when we passed the SERVE Act, which made it easier for veterans to show that they had housing, to show that they had an income so that they could get the housing under which they were entitled to. It was a small thing, but it just eased the passage for those young men and women who have so well served this country. This is important, and it's not a big deal, but it's going to affect tens of thousands of veterans. My Republican friends know that I respect and value their input and their objections to our ideas. It makes us better when you pose objections to our ideas. But I'm a little puzzled by the objections that I'm hearing today. I've heard sitting here that this is not paid for. Okay, it's $3 billion that I think is well spent on perhaps the most valuable population that we have.
But the notion that we're not paid for, let's remember, it was just a couple of years ago that my friends on the Republican side passed $2 trillion in tax cuts, 83% of which benefited the top 1% of this country's citizens. I gotta believe that if we can do $2 trillion in tax cuts that largely benefit the richest Americans, that we can find $3 billion to ease the passage for our veterans. I've heard the ranking member say that the VA maybe can't handle it. Let's remember the VA supports this idea and that we're just asking them to do a little bit more of what they already do. This is not some new and fanciful program. No, it's making a program that is well established available to more. This is a good bill. I'm particularly proud, and my friend and neighbor Joe Courtney will talk about this shortly, that my neighbor Johanna Hayes is proposing an amendment that will increase the notification that goes to veterans about what is available to them. This bill needs to pass because at the end of the day, we're answering a question. Do we want more veterans to have access to what we have promised them? Or do we want fewer veterans to have access to what we have promised them? That's what's at stake here. So I thank the ranking member and would urge him to rethink his objections to this bill because this will be a proud moment when this bill passes. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from
Reserve.
Illinois also reserves. The gentleman from California is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
And reserves?
On a reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've mentioned many times this morning that the VA committee did not that the VA committee did not do our job on this bill. We did not consider this bill in a legislative hearing. We did not seek input from stakeholders or the VA. We did not make certain that automatic enrollment, newly separated service members into the VA healthcare system would not impede access for existing employees or cause funding crises. And those things are very, very real. Even the Biden OMB has admitted that there are going to be challenges with implementing this bill. You know, if you look at the numbers, and I'm going to add this in to what should be mentioned, 19.1 million veterans is what we have. 9 million veterans are enrolled. 7 million use access to the VA. If we start and do it this way without letting veterans make decisions on their own, it can overwhelm the VA. And that's what has been mentioned by OMB. You know, veterans are already facing tough challenges, so it is the VA health system that they can go to. But we don't need to add any more to their plates without at least hearing how it's going to affect the services that are already being provided to our veterans. You know, that's why, just so you know, I'm offering a motion to recommit this morning. My motion to recommit, if adopted, would send this bill back to the VA committee to consider an amendment to H.R. 4673, which would delay implementation until 30 days after VA has certified that it can implement without disruption services to the veterans or requiring additional funds. I don't see how those who support this bill, despite its problems and the Biden administration's recognition that it may cause challenges, can object to this type of an amendment. The very least we can do for the millions of veterans who are already enrolled in VA care and counting on that VA services is to ensure before this bill goes into effect that it won't cause undue harm to them. You know, I've already drafted the amendment, and that would accomplish this goal. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include this text of my amendment into the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support my motion to recommit, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say in response to my friend, the esteemed ranking member, that his MTR, which would delay implementation in order to avoid harm to our veterans, that I say that the harm is in the delay. And I'm reminded of a quote from the VFW's Pat Murray that we had in yesterday's roundtable on toxic exposure. Our pay for this bill, and our pay for, frankly, for all that we do for veterans, was the ticket that we sent service members overseas to serve. I repeat, our pay for was the ticket we sent service members overseas to serve. And a little further discussion on the pay for issue. The Congressional Budget Office does not estimate that this bill will increase mandatory spending and does not require an offset. These are the rules we play by. And again, we're not creating new eligibility here. The only cost of this bill is veterans seeking care that they already are eligible for. We're all better off when veterans are seeking the care that they need, and we should not be hiding that care for which they're eligible. Automatic enrollment in VA health care for eligible veterans is a long-needed suicide prevention tool. We cannot put a price tag on protecting the health and safety of our veterans. And many of these veterans would go on to use VA health care even if they are not automatically enrolled, and the minority does not give a compelling reason why we should hinder or make that process more difficult for our veterans. And again, I repeat, we should not be hiding the care for which our veterans are already eligible. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all my colleagues join me in passing H.R. 4673 as amended, and I anticipate we will see a big bipartisan vote today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-225, not earlier considered as part of amendments on block pursuant to Section 5 of House Resolution 860, shall be considered only in order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for a time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of House Report 117-225, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 5 of House Resolution 860, I rise to offer the 4 amendments en bloc to H.R. 4673.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 4, and 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-225, offered by Mr. Takano of California.
Today in support of these...
The gentleman yield. Pursuant to House Resolution 860, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of these en bloc amendments, seamlessly connecting veterans with the benefits and care they've earned through their service is paramount to the transition process. The Delgado Amendment number 1 makes sure that VA can easily notify veterans regarding care and services through mass texting. As technology and communication methods improve, so should how VA uses those capabilities to easily inform veterans of their benefits. Texting eligible veterans to tell them they have been auto-enrolled in VA healthcare is an effective, simple way to increase awareness of the care available to them. The Delgado Amendment number 2 requires GAO to submit a report to determine the best methods to notify veterans regarding their automatic enrollment in VA healthcare. This amendment will strengthen the underlying bill and informs best practices for how VA can ensure veterans have the information they need regarding their access to care and services. Getting information to veterans in an effective manner is crucial to their transition to civilian life, and the Delgado Amendment number 2 will help improve how VA communicates an eligible veteran's enrollment in VA healthcare so they can easily access the care they need. The Hayes Amendment requires that VA notify veterans who opt out of automatic enrollment that they may elect to enroll at a later date. We understand that there will be some veterans who opt out from auto-enrollment for a variety of reasons, but it is our duty to ensure that they know that the VA will be waiting for them if their future needs change. Ensuring VA adopts and scales best practices related to auto-enrollment while also learning from any issues that arise during its rollout is important to the long-term effectiveness of the aims of H.R. 4673. The Tlaib Amendment requires VA to submit a report a year after the first veteran is auto-enrolled in VA healthcare to preserve lessons learned from the rollout. This report will help improve auto-enrollment for both the VA administrators implementing the program and veteran users alike. I urge my colleagues to support the en bloc amendments, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 4 en bloc amendments are offered by Congressman Delgado, Congresswoman Hayes, and Congressman Taleb. I thank them for their work. I remain opposed to the underlying bill, and I explained why in the details over the last debate. But one of the reasons I was opposed to it is because VA committee did not do our job before bringing this bill to the floor. We did not hold hearings on the bill or seek input from stakeholders. And importantly, we did not get assurance from the VA that the bill could be implemented without negative impact to services. In fact, shortly before this bill hit the committee, the Biden administration did release a statement that we talked about earlier. That statement, remember, says that there's challenges in implementing this bill. Now, I wish we could have done that work on the VA committee before considering the bill on the floor. If there are challenges, we need to know about them, and we need to be able to address them to make sure that no veterans is harmed by this bill. Nevertheless, here we are. So these en bloc amendments will help get some of the information we should have gotten passed in the bill. They will help us stay informed on how the bill is working and the impact it is having on the veterans and on the VA healthcare system after the fact. For example, one of Congressman Delgado's amendments would require GAO to study the best methods for VA to notify newly separated service members of their enrollment status. His second amendment would require VA to consider texting newly separated service members to inform them of their enrollment status and their ability to disenroll. If a veteran chooses to disenroll, Congresswoman Hayes' amendment would require VA to provide them with information on how to enroll at a later date if they change their mind down the line. Finally, Congresswoman Tlaib's amendment would require VA to report to Congress on the implementation of this bill not later than 1 year after enactment. That would allow us to course correct or as needed if the bill is causing problems at least 1 year out. Now, I feel like a broken record about this information we should have had already, but nevertheless, it's better late than never. That is why I will be in support of the amendment, of the en bloc amendment, alongside the amendments for Delgado and Hayes. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has 7.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend who serves on the House Armed Services Committee as chairman of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee and the Education and Labor Committee, to the gentleman from Connecticut, Representative Courtney.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Takano and Ranking Member Boss for supporting the en bloc. It is my honor today to speak on behalf of the Hayes Amendment offered by my friend and neighbor from Connecticut, Congresswoman Johanna Hayes, who unfortunately could not be here today because she is quarantining. Her amendment is a common-sense proposal to improve an already outstanding bill that will connect more veterans to benefits they've earned by volunteering to wear the uniform of this country. Mr. Speaker, last year at the outset of the VA's highly successful COVID vaccination program, Congresswoman Hayes and I both toured the VA hospital in West Haven, Connecticut, which is the flagship of our state's VA healthcare system. I had a chance to personally observe her authentic, well-informed advocacy for veteran patients and their family members, asking questions about ways Congress can improve the system, particularly about communicating the full extent of their benefits. She described casework from veterans seeking care about the burdens they face navigating a complicated system where not only veterans but family members struggle to stay current with changing rules and programs, which is particularly troublesome to hear cases of veterans who lose eligibility for help because of late claims caused by poor communications, often at times of discharge from military service. That's why it's so important for the House to pass the eVest Act, which will provide automatic enrollment in the VA system for all transitioning health care for transitioning service members. Ms. Hayes' friendly amendment wisely requires that the VA go the extra mile and inform veterans who opt out of automatic enrollment through multiple methods, including not only email but also paper mail, that they can re-enroll as they transition out of the military. Her measure is a common-sense assurance that veterans are informed of eVest so that they know from day one all the options and rights that they have to get help. I want to thank again Chair Takano and Ranking Member Bost, and close by simply noting that in my district in Eastern Connecticut, which is home to the largest military installation in New England, with 9,000 sailors and officers who work every day to protect our nation, the transition from military to civilian life happens on a rolling, nonstop basis, and too often we work with veterans who experience gaps in benefits caused by failure to enroll or late enrollment. I urge my colleagues to support the Hayes Amendment in the en bloc and the underlying bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2.5 minutes to my good friend and author of this amendment. She serves on the Financial Services Committee and the Natural Resources Committee and the Oversight and Reform Committee. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Representative Tlaib.
Thank you so much.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking Chairman Takano and the committee staff for working with me on this important amendment and for their leadership on this bill. I can't thank him enough and look forward to him one day coming to my district to come and visit one of our VA hospitals that we love and cherish. The transition of being an active duty to be, for our veterans, is not easy, transitioning from being active duty. And eVest Act helps with that transition and makes life easier for those who served our nation. This act is also a great opportunity to review the automatic enrollment programs and learn what works and what doesn't, because ensuring effective implementation is critical to its success. I'm a social worker at heart, and we have to make sure and ensure that our veterans' lives are changing for the better with this bill. So my amendment ensures the lessons learned during the implementation of the program are preserved for other agencies, as well as to learn, again, what to do and what not to do. And again, I appreciate, again, the committee and for working with me on this, and look forward for my colleagues in supporting this amendment. And I also look forward to working with the committee on a number of other issues impacting our veterans, especially veteran suicide and access to mental health services. With that, I yield, and again, thank the committee.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for her amendment. At this time, I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to my good friend and member of the Financial Services Committee, where he's chairman of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Chairman Al Green from the great state of Texas.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and still I rise. I thank the ranking member as well for what he did to help me with the Merchant Mariners, as well as the chairman. Mr. Speaker, by way of further introduction, I'm the same Al Green who lives across the street from the DeBakey VA Hospital, The same Al Green who fought in this Congress to secure a Congressional Gold Medal for Dr. Michael E. DeBakey. The same Al Green who has 800 flags outside of his office presently to be distributed over at the DeBakey VA hospital. The same Al Green that goes there annually and speaks to veterans. I talk to them about their needs on an annual basis. I do this. The same Al Green who has had veterans to tell me the difficulties associated with enrollment. The same Al Green who has veterans to say they're so pleased that somebody would come by to be of service to them. And this Al Green announces here and now that I will support the underlying bill. I support it because it is necessary. I support it because I believe the veterans that I have spoken to will support it, and they need it, and they will enjoy knowing that we came to this floor to bring this to fruition. And finally, this. If the VA hospital is not properly funded and this creates some funding issues, I'm prepared to vote to fund the VA hospital sufficiently so that our veterans can be taken care of. Anyone who's willing to go to a distant place, who may not return the same way they left, who may have issues for the rest of their lives, and they do it because they want to protect this country, I'm going to do all that I can to protect them. This is the least a grateful nation can do. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close. I know that the ranking member has yielded back his time, and so let me just, in closing, say that I ask all my colleagues to join me in supporting these four amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady is recognized. Oh, the gentleman yields back. Got it. Thank you. Pursuant to House Resolution 860, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from California. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed on Part B of House Report 117-225. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-225, offered by Ms. Escobar of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 860, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Takano, for your continued strong, unwavering leadership on behalf of our veterans. I'm proud to represent a district that is home to a strong and growing veteran community, and proud to represent Fort Bliss in Congress, where thousands of our service members transition to civilian life. One of my top priorities in Congress has been to protect our veterans and their families in the same way they have served and defended our country. Today, I am honored to stand in support of this critical legislation for our nation's veterans and to present my amendment. H.R. 4673, the Ensuring Veterans Smooth Transition Act, provides automatic enrollment in the VA for all transitioning service members. This bill is vital in that it expedites the use of health care benefits that veterans already earned. My amendment seeks to merely ensure that service members who were discharged up to 90 days before the enactment of this legislation can also reap its benefits. Service members transitioning to civilian life already face a multitude of hurdles, from adjusting to everyday life, dealing with unemployment issues, housing insecurity, and poor mental and physical health, among other things. Our veterans deserve that we eliminate these and any other barriers. Thousands of veterans leave the service without knowing about the VA, whether they're eligible, and what benefits they are entitled to. Veterans who returned to civilian life during the pandemic faced even more challenges to access and overall engagement with the VA due to closures and the VA's limited operational capacity at the height of the pandemic. We cannot leave these veterans behind. Already, more than half of eligible veterans don't use VA health benefits, many of which are due to confusion on eligibility and benefits and lack of access to information. The pandemic only exacerbated this, and our withdrawal from Afghanistan the past year similarly impacted millions of veterans who now need that care more than ever. My amendment is not adding any new entitlements, it's simply extending them to those who are equally in need. With my amendment to this bill, we can ensure that newly transitioned veterans do not miss the opportunity to access VA benefits they deserve and are entitled to. As our chairman has said, when it comes to supporting our veterans, true heroes of our country, there is always more work to be done. This bill is truly transformative and assures future cohorts of veterans receive the expeditious access to health care they need. I urge a yes vote on my amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congresswoman Escobar's amendment would expand automatic enrollment to service members who left the military 90 days before this bill is enacted. There are already many existing mechanisms for separating service members to connect with the VA, if that is something they need and want. And as I explained during the general debate, I have a number of serious concerns with the underlying bill. The Biden administration agrees that there are challenges. And I think it's an understatement, but regardless of, we should not be further complicating an already difficult implementation by expanding it even more. Therefore, I oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes of my time to Chairman Takano.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise in support of the Escobar Amendment to H.R. 4673. Mr. Speaker, seamlessly connecting veterans with the benefits and care they've earned through their service is paramount to the transition process. The Escobar Amendment extends the auto-enrollment in VA health care to eligible veterans discharged within the 90 days before enactment of the underlying bill. Many of the 175,000 veterans who served in Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, and Operation New Dawn are unaware of their eligibility for 5 years of VA health care upon separation. Automatically enrolling recently separated eligible veterans into VA health care will support our aim to prevent veteran suicides and improve their access to care during their transition to civilian life. I urge my colleagues to support the Escobar Amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I'd already yield back.
The gentleman has yielded back. Pursuant to House Resolution 860, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Texas. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Thank you. For purposes, the gentleman from New York seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins will vote yea on Amendment 3 offered by Rep. Escobar. And as the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yea on Amendment 3 offered by Rep. Escobar.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
You seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger from the state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren, Chairman David Scott, and Representative Troy Carter, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Escobar amendment.
For what purposes? For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Beatty, Representative Brownlee, Representative Robin Kelly, and Representative Mang, I inform the House that Representative Beatty, Brownlee, Kelly, and Mang will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
From Alabama seek recognition.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of the great state of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Fortenberry will vote no on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Velasquez, Frankel, Hayes, Chu, Newman, Keating, and Moulton, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As a member designated for Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Porter and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Roybal Allard, I inform the House that Representative Roybal Allard will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on agreeing to the amendment number 3 offered by Representative Escobar.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, Vicente Gonzalez, Filemon Vela, Juan Vargas, Raul Ruiz, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Duncan will vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Demings, Lawson, and Christ, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on amendment number 3. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. Lowenthal of California, and Mr. DeSaulnier of California, I inform the House that those 5 members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? For what purpose the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi of the great state of California will vote yes on the Escobar Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote nay on amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series of New Jersey, Mr. Donald Payne of New Jersey, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Mr. Jerry Nadler of New York, and Mr. Bill Pascrell of New Jersey, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Escobar Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Okay, couldn't hear you. Pursuant to House Resolution 8, and as member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote no on the Escobar Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruppersberger of Maryland, Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, Mr. Doggett of Texas, Ms. Jayapal of Washington, and Mr. Welch of Vermont, I rise to inform the House that these members will vote aye on the Escobar Amendment.
From South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ralph Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote nay on Amendment 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on Amendment 3. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moore of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote nay on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote aye on the Escobar Amendment.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on Amendment number 3. Additionally, as the member designated by Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will also vote no on Amendment number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence of Michigan will vote yes on the Escobar Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lynch, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, and Mr. Davis of Illinois, I inform the House that they will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
Recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington and Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer and Mr. Krishnamurthy will vote yea on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by President Boyle, I inform the House President Boyle will vote aye on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Ms. Wilson of Florida, Ms. Pingree of Maine, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the following members vote yes on the Escobar amendment: DeFazio, Oregon; Trone, Maryland; Adams, North Carolina.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lee of California, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yes on the Escobar amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on amendment number 3.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Snyder of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Snyder, Mr. Titus, and Mr. Doyle will vote aye on the Escobar Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bobby Rush of Chicago and Congresswoman Shontel Brown of Ohio, I inform the House that Congressman Rush and Congresswoman Brown will vote yes on the Escobar Amendment.
To seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote nay on amendment number 3.
From Virginia seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Schreier, I inform the House that Ms. Schreier will vote yes on the Escobar Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on the Escobar Amendment.
From California seek recognition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn, Mr. Kildee, Mr. Gottheimer, Mr. Butterfield will all vote yay on the Escobar Amendment.
For what purpose the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, Ms. McBath and Ms. Fletcher, I inform the House that Ms. McBath and Ms. Fletcher will vote yes on the Escobar Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Daggett of Colorado and Ms. McCollum of Minnesota, I inform the House that Ms. Daggett and Ms. McCollum will vote yes on the Escobar Amendment.
The yeas are 228, the nays are 198. The amendment is adopted. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide for the automatic enrollment of eligible veterans and patient enrollment system of Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
From Illinois, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to recommit by Mr. Boss. Mr. Boss of Illinois moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 4673, to the Committee on Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. First, does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moore of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote yea on the motion to recommit. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated, I have Mr. Albio Series of New Jersey, Mr. Donald Payne of New Jersey, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Mr. Jerry Nadler of New York, and Mr. Bill Pascrell of New Jersey. I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Fortenberry will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Davis of Illinois, I inform the House that they will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Duncan will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn, Mr. Kildee, Mr. Gottheimer, Mr. Butterfield will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gett and Ms. McCollum, I inform the House that Mr. Gett of Colorado and Ms. McCollum of Minnesota will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, Ms. McBath and Ms. Fletcher, I inform the House that Ms. McBath and Ms. Fletcher will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote yea on the MTR.
The gentleman from New York seek recognition.
The member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren, Chairman David Scott, and Representative Troy Carter, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does, wait? Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Boyle, I inform the House Representative Boyle will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of the great state of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yes on the present motion.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington and Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer and Mr. Krishnamurthy will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Roybal Allard, I inform the House that Representative Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will also vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Bobby Rush of Illinois and Congresswoman Shontel Brown of Ohio, I inform the House that Congressman Rush and Brown will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Snyder of Illinois and Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Snyder and Mr. Doyle will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ, Mr. Lawson, and Ms. Demings, I inform the House that they will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by the Honorable Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ralph Norman of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Member Chu, Frankel, Hayes, Velasquez, Newman, Keating, and Moulton, I inform the House that those members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Schreier, I inform the House that Ms. Schreier will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What is up with these? For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Welch, Ms. Jayapal, Mr. Pocan, and Mr. Rupersberger, I rise to inform the House that these members will be voting no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Ms. Pingree of Maine, and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by John Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the following members vote no on the motion to recommit. Adams, North Carolina; Trone, Maryland; DeFazio, Oregon.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Beatty, Representative Brownlee, Representative Robin Kelly, and Representative Meng, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote nay on the motion to recommit H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. DeSaulnier of California, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, and Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, I inform the House that those 5 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lee of California, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I'm the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, Vicente Gonzalez, Filimon Vela, Juan Vargas, Raul Ruiz, and Henry Cuellar, I inform this House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York and Ms. Bush of Missouri, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins and Ms. Bush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? Vote, the yeas are 206 and the nays are 221. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair. Request the yeas and the nays.
Gentleman from the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote aye on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on H.R. 4673. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series of New Jersey, Mr. Donald Payne of New Jersey, Miss Bonnie Watson Coleman of New Jersey, Miss Ann Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Mr. Jerry Nadler of New York, and Mr. Bill Pascrell of New Jersey, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote no on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Crawford from Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will vote nay on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, Ms. McBath and Ms. Fletcher, I inform the House that Ms. McBath and Ms. Fletcher will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Beatty, Representative Brownlee, Representative Robin Kelly, and Representative Mang, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote yea on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Davis of Illinois, I inform the House that they will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ralph Norman of South Carolina, I inform the State House that Mr. Norman will vote nay on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hagedorn for the great state of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on H.R. 4673. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by the following members, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn, Mr. Kildee, Mr. Gottheimer, Mr. Butterfield will vote aye on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote no on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the following members vote yes on H.R. 4673. DeFazio, Oregon. Adams, North Carolina. Trone, Maryland.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moore of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote no on H.R. 4673. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yea on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Boyle, I inform the House Representative Boyle will vote aye on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote no on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Fortenberry will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by the Honorable Stephen Lynch of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, the great state of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree of Maine, the state with more than 3,000 offshore islands, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on H.R. 4673. As the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, the avocado capital of the world, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on H.R. 4673. And as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, the state which produces 70% of the United States supply of citrus, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the prior vote for Ms. Granger for no will be changed to aye. She'll vote yes on passage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. DeSaulnier of California, Dr. Lowenthal of California, and Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, I inform the House that those 5 members will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gett and Ms. McCollum, I inform the House that Mr. Gett and Ms. McCollum will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on H.R. 4673. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Rogers will also vote no on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruppersberger, Mr. Pocan, Mr. Doggett, Ms. Jayapal, and Mr. Welch of Vermont, I rise to inform the House that these members will be voting aye on 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Roybal Allard, I inform the House that Representative Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by John Garamendi from the great state of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, Mr. Snyder of Illinois, and Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Snyder, Ms. Titus, and Mr. Doyle will vote aye on H.R. 4673.
Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington and Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer and Mr. Krishnamurthy will vote yea on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger, I'll inform the House that she is going to vote no on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Bobby Rush of Illinois and Congresswoman Chantel Brown of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Rush and Ms. Brown will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Duncan will vote no on passage of the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 4673.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Chris, Mr. Lawson, and Mrs. Demings, I inform the House that they will vote yea on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Higgins of New York and Ms. Bush of Missouri, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Higgins and Ms. Bush will vote aye on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Lofgren, Chairman David Scott, and Representative Troy Carter, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Lee of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee will vote yea on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, Vicente Gonzalez, Filimon Vela, Juan Vargas, Raul Ruiz, and Henry Cuellar, I inform the House that these individuals will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Schreier, I inform the House that Ms. Schreier will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Hayes, Ms. Velasquez, Ms. Newman, Mr. Keating, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on H.R. 4673.
On this vote, the yeas are 265 and the nays are 163. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Go. Ready? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor the life of Allentown Police Detective and Community Liaison Officer James Stanko, a man who dedicated his life's work to bridging the divide between police officers and the community they serve. Officer Stanko died on Monday, a huge loss for our community, but his legacy lives on through the countless lives he touched. Officer Stanko wasn't known for sitting idly at a desk. His passions lay out in the community, where he was known for mentoring our kids, whether it was through coaching basketball, talking at schools, or offering life lessons at the children's clinic. As someone who worked closely with him put it, our kids called him family. He was a calming yet dependable force that everyone, especially our youth, could turn to for guidance and support. Officer Stanko never stopped trying to achieve his ultimate goal of connecting the police department to the people that it serves. Working as an Allentown police officer for 13 years, Stanko never wavered in his values of honesty, integrity, and most notably, respect for others. I'm inspired by his sincere love for public service and the passion for the community that we both are proud to call home. He will be deeply missed. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Clinton County native, I rise today in honor of the 2021 Division IV Ohio High School football team champions, the Clinton Massey Falcons. On December 3rd, 2021, the Clinton Massey Falcons defeated the Youngstown Ursula Irish in a thrilling comeback victory that one would expect to see in a movie. Trailing 28-7, late in the third quarter, the Falcons kept their poise and they refused to be denied. They shut down the Irish offense while scoring on 3 straight possessions. The Falcons' final touchdown came on a 4th and goal from the 1-yard line with under 1 minute to play. With the score 28-7, the team didn't think twice when given the choice. They went for 2 points, the win to bring home the school's 3rd state championship in just under 10 years. To Coach Dan and every player on the Falcon roster, congratulations. As a former captain of the East Clinton Astro football team, I understand the obstacles that you've had to overcome to earn this title. You have made our county proud and proven that hard work and determination truly pays off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To speak for 1 minute on the floor and to reserve the right to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aloha. Thanks to President Biden's Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that I and many of us voted on, we are now putting those resources on the ground across America. The first billions of dollars to go to California and every state in the union are now being put in place to fix bridges. And next, we're going to fix our roads, and we're going to build our infrastructure to electrify our system throughout the country. These are the kinds of things that our voters send us to Washington to do, to bring their resources back to every single community, every single one of our communities. And that is what we are doing here in Congress with a president who actually believes in the fundamentals of infrastructure and making sure that we put our American workers back to work to build our nation as it should be and what we're so proud of. We are the #1 infrastructure place in the world, and we will continue to do so with these investments. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today marks the 1-year anniversary of President Biden's inauguration and 1 year under one-party rule. And I ask, is America better off? The answer is no. Since President Biden took office, we have seen crisis after crisis. We're facing an economic crisis. President Biden and the Democrats had the tools to bring our economy back to the pre-pandemic records of 2019, but instead, we have massive supply shortages, labor shortages, an inflation rate that has reached a 40-year high. Our country faces an energy crisis. We went from being energy independent to begging OPEC Plus to produce more oil to offset the rising costs. And this is because of anti-American energy policies enacted over the past year. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. An education crisis as our youth continue to face uncertainty in the classroom, a national security crisis as our presence on the world stage has been weakened and our southern border remains vulnerable, and a crime crisis following dangerous defund the police rhetoric. This is not the leadership America needs right now. In fact, it's far from it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks 1 year of Democrats in Congress working alongside the Biden-Harris administration on behalf of American families. I'm proud of what we've accomplished so far, including the once-in-a-generation investment in our roads and bridges made by the bipartisan infrastructure law. With nearly 2,500 bridges in poor condition, Illinois ranks 3rd among states with crumbling bridge infrastructure. But thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, Illinois will receive $1.4 billion to repair and rebuild these bridges, like the Blackberry Creek and Mendota Railroad bridges in my district. These upgrades will save Illinoisans money on costly car repairs and time in their daily commutes. This long overdue investment will also connect our communities and support our supply chain while creating good-paying jobs and spurring economic development. With the partnership of the Biden-Harris administration, we've spent the last 365 days delivering for the American people, and our work is far from finished. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today out of great respect and mourn the loss of Dr. Marcy Zwelling from California. Dr. Zwelling, since 2010, has headed up the National Physicians Policy Council, which is a group of some 570 independent physicians across the country. Dr. Zwelling not only challenged me, but challenged all 570 members of the Physician Caucus to please advocate on behalf of not only patients, but also physicians. She dedicated her service in life not only to patients, attempting to give them the very best of medical help, but also for physicians who many times are faced with innumerable challenges, not just to provide service, but also in their own lives. And so it is today that I offer to the House of Representatives the great life of Dr. Marcy Zwelling, who passed away this last weekend. May she rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and may God bless her life and that which she gave each of us.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the name of Dr. Martin Luther King and John Robert Lewis, our late colleague. I rise today to say that we are not finished. The work of this nation is not finished. Even in the aftermath of a sinister vote on the floor of the United States Senate that could not see clearly to determine that the Constitution and the right to vote rose above the silly and insignificant rule of the Senate called the filibuster. In the midst of that debate, we heard eloquent and beautiful statements about the many times the filibuster had been eliminated or relieved. We heard a brilliant analysis of the Constitution and the Founding Fathers' desire for the filibuster not to be in the Constitution, but yet due process and the 15th Amendment is. We saw justice crushed and democracy gored. In Texas, of course, more criminal laws are now related to voting. Poll watchers can attack voters in terms of what they're doing. We're now in a voting constitutional hearing in judiciary. It is my commitment to go forward on the John Robert Lewis and all the bills attached to it because the nation is crying out for justice, the country is crying out for democracy, and we will not let it down. The Senate must continue its debate, and we must get these bills passed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind the American people that today marks President Biden's 1 year in office and 365 days of his disastrous failure at our southern border. 40% of Americans grade Joe Biden's immigration policy with a big fat F for his failures. His open border policy has proven month after month to be not only unsuccessful, but downright dangerous for the American people. More deadly fentanyl products have been smuggled into our neighborhoods this year than ever before. Nearly 11,000 pounds were apprehended in the last year alone. Biden's wide-open southern border is poisoning our communities and causing unthinkable harm. His bad policy has taken lives. It's no surprise that our nation's number of overdoses reached an all-time high in 2021. And my heart breaks for the parents who have lost their children while our president plays politics. I have said it before and I will say it again, border security is national security. It is time to stop deliberately destroying the safety of innocent Americans for the sake of politics. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Almost a year ago, I spoke here about the delays in our postal system, and a year later, the calls to our office have not stopped. In fact, they've gotten more frequent and even more frantic. Since the start of this year, 50% of all the phone calls our office has received are about disruptions in the Postal Service. These are from seniors whose essential medications and Social Security checks were over 2 weeks delayed. Folks with missing credit card statements, missing Medicare cards, past due undelivered bills accruing interest that they can't pay because their paycheck hasn't come yet. Small business owners reliant on the mail who are completely unable to operate. Now, to be sure, the pandemic contributes to some of this. It's increased demand on the mail system, even as postal workers are staying home, quarantining, looking after loved ones. But while leaders in the private sector have adapted to this moment, Postmaster DeJoy has responded to this by eliminating overtime, closing mail processing facilities, and removing mail sorting machines. He has made things worse. Now, in the private sector, we would fix that. Corporate board wouldn't tolerate it. They'd hold this man to account. That hasn't happened because we still don't have a fully staffed postal board of governors, thanks to the Senate's failure to confirm President Biden's nominations. This is no way to run a business, and it's no way to treat the American people. The Postal Service needs leaders as committed to public service as our letter carriers and mail handlers are, and frankly, so does the U.S. Senate. It's time for them to act, to confirm these nominees and ensure the Post Office has a fully staffed and fully functioning board. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize and commend Lauren Golifon, a patriotic young woman from Bozeman, Montana. Lauren is a 17-year-old senior at Liberty Online Academy and a former student at Bozeman High School. When Lauren became aware that the Pledge of Allegiance was not being said daily in public schools in Bozeman, she sprang into action. Lauren notified school administrators that their failure to hold the Pledge of Allegiance every day violated Montana House Bill 543 and asked that they hold the Pledge of Allegiance daily in accordance with the state law. Within a week of her advocacy, local school began to recite the Pledge of Allegiance daily. When asked why this was so important, Lauren said, patriotism is on the decline in the United States. When students say the Pledge of Allegiance, they're acknowledging the freedom and values and also everyone who's died and fought for our country. This display of patriotism demonstrates why a report just this year found that Montana is one of the most patriotic states in the nation, a ranking which we are extremely proud of. On behalf of all Montanans, I want to sincerely thank Lauren Gollifan for her leadership, community activism, and for her dedication to the core principles that this country makes us great. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Bob Briggs of Westminster, Colorado, who passed away on December 2nd, 2021. Bob was born December 24th, 1937 in Greeley, Colorado, as one of 8 children and the oldest son. His family moved to Westminster in 1943, where Briggs graduated from Westminster High School. He earned a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from the Colorado State University, both in horticulture. According to a January 2020 profile in Orchard Living, he majored in horticulture because he did not want to wear a tie for a living. Bob married his wife Shirley on September 8, 1957, and had a long career in local and state politics, serving as Adams County Commissioner for 4 years, beginning in 1979, where he actually helped me on one of my very first cases that I had as a lawyer. As a local member for a regional transportation district for 4 years in 1999, and a state rep for District 29 from January 2003 to 2005. He served terms on the Westminster City Council, including a stint as mayor pro tem. He was a longtime proponent of local rail and helped found the advocacy group Rocky Mountain Rail. Bob was a devoted husband and a loving father and grandfather, and Bob and Shirley raised 2 children and enjoyed spending time with their grandchildren. I'm deeply grateful for his lifetime of service to our community, and I yield back to the chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent, address House 1 minute, revise 10 remarks.
Without objection, gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Under recent comments President Biden made about his first year, he talked about under-promising and over-delivering. Given what the year has looked like, please, Mr. President, under-deliver. Our country has seen unprecedented crises since then, record inflation, supply chain disruptions, price surges, gas and energy costs going through the roof, food supply going almost, empty shelves everywhere, and higher prices. Unfortunately, the failures of Biden's first office isn't limited just to the United States alone. No, he hastily evacuated our troops from Afghanistan, leaving behind as many as 14,000 U.S. citizens and legal residents and friends, as well as billions of dollars of countless weapons of ours that have fallen into the hands of the Taliban. So, over 20 years of record of Taliban, and they get all these weapons to use against us or our friends in the neighborhood. If it's not bad enough, the administration is now figuring on sending over $300 million in foreign aid, basically to the Taliban regime, to do all the great things they've been doing. People of Afghanistan do need help, but we know that the funds or food we would send over there will go straight into the wrong hands. We need to have a better chain of supply to help them than what the Biden administration is proposing. The nonprofit rescue group known as Save Our Allies have been working tirelessly to rescue those left behind by President Biden's disaster over there. They warn that the funds and supplies will not go into the hands of the average Afghan, but instead straight into the hands of the Taliban.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We need to rethink this. Thank you.
Members are reminded to direct your comments towards the chair, please. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the history of New Mexico and our rural communities predate the founding of our great nation. Our communities carry rich traditions and ways of life, from our tribal communities to our land grants, to our farmers and ranchers in small towns that dot the plains, mountains, and river valleys of our beautiful state. They are diverse, resilient, vibrant, and full of grit and determination. But for far too long, our rural communities have been left behind in critical infrastructure, which is why I am deeply proud that our bipartisan infrastructure bill is already delivering for New Mexico, investing millions in rural roads, bridges, and airports, broadband, our electric grid, and life-giving water, creating thousands of jobs and supporting rural economic development across our state. Because our rural communities are the backbone of New Mexico, and I am proud that we are working together to invest in infrastructure, to invest in jobs, and the well-being of our future and our communities. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute, sir.
Without objection, gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today marks 1 year of total Democrat control of the federal government, 1 year of this Biden administration. In addition to all the other disastrous policies and the crisis created by this president, it marks another year with 1 million babies being slaughtered in the womb in our country. Tomorrow, we will once again march for life here in Washington, D.C., and I'll be privileged to join that march. May it be the last time that we do that before the Supreme Court rightly overturns the brutal, vicious, inhumane, and dishonest and inaccurate interpretation of the highest law of the land, the Constitution, giving the right to terminate a pregnancy in the womb. 65 million babies have been lost since that happened nearly 50 years ago. These are inventors, these are scientists, these are ministers, these are healthcare providers who are not serving and helping our country here today. Equality begins in the womb. Freedom begins in the womb, and the science tells us that life begins in the womb. May the Supreme Court overturn Roe, and may we begin to protect all innocent, precious life in the womb. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. January is School Board Director Recognition Month, and I want to take a moment as a former school board member and school board president to recognize the contributions of these unpaid but essential community servants. In the best of times, being a school board member is challenging, requiring community members to step up and address issues ranging from child development to HR, from transportation and construction to nutrition and natural disasters. There's never enough money to do everything we'd like to for our children, and the number of regulations, mandates, laws that must be met seems to be never ending. It often seems like every choice is between two bad alternatives. As school directors are facing these outsized challenges, compounded by a pandemic and political polarization, and the mental health challenges both have brought, I want to acknowledge their Herculean efforts to keep our children, our teachers, and staff safe and give them every opportunity to succeed. Please know how much your efforts on behalf of our children, our schools, and our communities are appreciated. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, having done this many times over the course of the past 14 years, to speak on behalf of life itself. It's the first and foremost gift that's given to us. And I think of the over 60 million children who have been taken out of that opportunity. It is my hope that we will never have to march again for the repeal of Roe v. Wade after the Supreme Court decides. but rather that we'd stand and continue to march for life, the freedom of opportunity for individuals, to grow and to be benefited by the greatness of this country, but also to bring the greatness of this country. Life is a gift of God. It can only be sustained by people who understand that same gift. And I just pray that the Supreme Court and ultimately Congress and the legislatures of our land will stand for life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my support for Congress to complete the consideration of the fiscal year 2022 appropriations measure prior to the current deadline of February 18th. I remain grateful that a transparent process was established for all members to include eligible projects in these measures. Notably, for the 1st District of Indiana, there are projects included that will allow for dredging and improvements at all the Port of Indiana Burns Harbor. This incredible facility is essential to the functions of Northwest Indiana's steel and manufacturing industries and supports thousands of steelworker jobs and longshoremen along the way. Appropriations measures are not just funding numbers and direction for federal programs and projects, they are a testament to the government's investment that create jobs and grow our economy. I appreciate the ongoing communications of our appropriation leaders, and I look forward to doing all I can to ensure these important measures are signed into law as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, this week marks 49 years since the landmark Supreme Court decision of Roe v. Wade. 49 years since the choice won over life in the eyes of the American people. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle applaud Roe v. Wade and have no problem with the more than 62 million innocent babies that have been aborted since 1973. I, however, find these numbers to be sickening. These children are just as worthy of life as a fully grown adult is. They are created in the image of God, just as you and I are. Their lives should not be carelessly and despicably destroyed. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle preach and parade human rights, but where is the outrage for the human rights of the unborn? It's frightening, non-existent, that their lack of consistency makes it very clear what their priorities are. How can you claim to care for one life when you don't care for all lives, no matter how small? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
To speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank the men and women who have been on the front lines of this pandemic from the very beginning, our healthcare workers. On MLK Day, I had a chance to deliver care packages to hospitals and clinics in my district, in Joliet, Aurora, and Naperville, as a small token of appreciation for the tireless work of our healthcare workers. As our nation confronts this hopefully final winter surge of COVID, we should all keep in mind the people who are still going to work every day to care for people who are sick. Their dedication to their jobs is truly inspiring, and they are literally saving lives every day. After almost 2 years of battling COVID, our healthcare workers are mentally and physically exhausted, and yet they still show up every day to provide care for others. We can all learn so much from them. And I am honored to represent so many of them in my district at places like Edward Hospital in Naperville, Silver Cross Hospital in New Lenox, Rush Copley Medical Center in Aurora, Aunt Martha's Health Center in Joliet, just to name a few. So to every healthcare worker in America, doctors, nurses, and support staff, please know that you are not alone. Thank you for being there, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In business, Mr. Speaker, one-year review is customary. So let's review the Biden administration's first year by the numbers. As we tend to say in business, the numbers don't lie. Regarding the economy, there are 6 million Americans unemployed, while 10 million jobs remain unfulfilled. The vast majority of small businesses are hiring, yet 95% report few applications. Inflation, Mr. Speaker, is at a 40-year high of 70%. Gas is up 50%, and it costs about $100 to fill up the gas tank on a pickup truck. Regarding national security, it's really no better. 2 million illegals have crossed our border. Twice as much fentanyl is coming in. We have over 100,000, sadly, fatalities throughout the United States. And we have 125,000 troops surrounding, preparing to invade the Ukraine. We have 2-mile-long lines for COVID testing in my district. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to hold our breath for corrective action to be taken by the Biden administration. They've stated how they plan to double down. So it will be up to the American people to solve this problem come November. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As I stand at this podium, I will speak for about 60 seconds. And within those 60 seconds, an unborn baby will lose its life. In fact, in America, an unborn baby will have its life ripped away every 50 seconds through the gruesome procedure of abortion. This is about 630,000 unborn lives lost per year, a number that equals about 80% of my congressional district. This is tragic. God has a plan for these children. They are our brothers, sisters, friends, and loved ones. They're future leaders, nurses, doctors, farmers, small business owners, but most importantly, they're human beings with a purpose from our Creator. There is nothing more heinous than taking the life of the most vulnerable in our society. But 49 years ago, the decision made by the Supreme Court in Roe v. Wade has resulted in the death of over 62.5 million unborn babies. Despite the 3/4 of Americans who want significant restrictions on abortion, my colleagues across the aisle are still prioritizing their abortion on demand agenda. This is senseless. Together, as a nation, we must make this the last year we speak on this horrible anniversary. We cannot wait another 50 seconds, another 50 months, or another 50 years. Everyone is entitled to the right to life. Thank you. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Allred, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
I'm going to begin, before I get into my speech on voting rights, by yielding to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today we honor the life and memory of Manny T. Padilla, a leader in our community and my very, very good friend. Manny served on many boards, commissions, and organizations in Orange County, and he also served 9 years on the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Orange County's Board of Directors. Among his many accomplishments, he was honored as Volunteer of the Year by the University of Georgetown, as well as received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of the state of California. Manny's story started in New Mexico when he was 17. Then his high school principal chose two of the best students in his high school to be part of the Boys State program. Manny was one of those students. He moved to Washington, D.C. later on and attended Georgetown University while he worked for then Senator Dennis Chavez. Years later, he attended law school where he met his wife, Betty, at the same time while working at the Department of Labor. They have 4 children, and Manny had a very long career in the private sector working for State Farm Insurance. As we celebrate his life, we know his memory will serve as a great example to this next generation. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'll next yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share some great news about our efforts to protect Lake Michigan and the rivers and lakes throughout Illinois and the entire Great Lakes region from invasive Asian carp. Yesterday, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers announced that thanks to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, $225 million of new funding is headed to Illinois for the Brandon Road project. The Brandon Road Lock and Dam on the Des Plaines River in Joliet, Illinois, is the last best line of defense against the spread of this invasive species into waterways not just in Illinois, but to lakes and tributaries throughout the entire Great Lakes Basin. The economic and environmental consequences of allowing this infestation to spread would be massive, and that is why securing federal funding for the Brandon Road project has been one of my most important priorities for several years. Last year, I joined my colleagues on the Great Lakes Task Force to urge the Army Corps of Engineers to prioritize the Brandon Road project. And 3 years ago, I hosted members of the then Republican-controlled Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for a tour of the Brandon Road site so that they could have a first-person look at the importance of this project. This injection of much-needed funding means that we can move forward on getting this project done and protecting our waterways, and not just our Great Lakes, but the beautiful lakes and rivers that define the entire Great Lakes region for generations to come. I just wish that more of my Republican colleagues had actually voted for the bipartisan infrastructure bill to provide the funding for this great project. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, Americans have been asking their elected leaders to fix crumbling roads and bridges and modernize our nation's transportation infrastructure. For decades, politicians of both parties promised to deliver on an infrastructure package. President Trump even promised that he would be the one person to get it done, but he didn't, not even when Republicans controlled the House, Senate, and presidency. It was President Biden and this Democratic Congress that finally got it done, even though more than 90% of my Republican colleagues voted against it. Thanks to this new law, people in my state will benefit from robust federal investment in the infrastructure that they rely on every day. $11.2 billion for highway and bridge repair, $1.7 billion to make sure that everyone has access to clean drinking water, $4 billion to enhance public transportation, $616 million for infrastructure enhancements at Illinois airports, and over $100 million for broadband internet expansion. Just last week, the Department of Transportation announced that $1.4 billion was already on its way to Illinois to repair bridges all across the state. This is the largest investment in our state's bridges since the construction of the interstate highway system, and it's just the beginning of the infrastructure investments that will benefit the people of Illinois every day. And I have to say I look forward to meeting my Republican colleagues at the ribbon-cutting ceremonies for all of these projects that they voted against. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to talk about the foundation of our democracy, the right to vote, and why we must protect it. I want to begin just by telling a little bit about me. My story is somewhat unique. I didn't take the traditional path to Congress. Before I got here, I played in the NFL for 5 years as a linebacker for the Tennessee Titans, and after hurting my neck, decided to pursue my other dream, which was become a voting rights attorney, a civil rights attorney. And while I was in law school, I decided to focus on voting rights because of what I saw happening in my home state of Texas, where it was becoming harder to vote as the state was becoming more and more diverse. So I came back to Texas and worked doing voter protection in 2014, setting up poll watcher programs across the state of Texas, trying to help voters deal with the new voter ID law that had just been put in place, and that I knew was going to deeply impact so many Texans. Then I became a voting rights litigator, suing states like Ohio and Wisconsin for the laws that they passed, making it harder for the people in their states to vote. And then I was lucky enough to rejoin the Obama administration and finish out that administration. And I decided to come home and run for Congress in my hometown, in my home district where I was born and raised. And in 2018, I ran against an opponent who had been unopposed in 2016, won, and am now proud to be representing the 32nd District of Texas in Congress. In that campaign in 2018, I had the distinct honor of having Congressman John Lewis come join me in Dallas. Mr. Lewis was my hero, and now to have him with me, talking to voters and campaigning with me, was, to say the least, surreal. We went on to become colleagues, and I considered him to be a friend and a mentor. And I know that without John Lewis, I would not be here today. There would be no Congressional Black Caucus. So many of us would not be here today were it not for him, the other civil rights leaders, and the foot soldiers who fought for the right to vote. That's why we named this critical piece of legislation after him, the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. Now, this piece of legislation is not coming out of thin air. It's not a federal takeover. Many of the reforms are intended to address long-held problems with access to the ballot box for many Americans. It's also meant to address the gutting of the Voting Rights Act the Supreme Court did in 2013, and the 440 voting restrictions bills across 49 states that have been introduced in recent years. Now, many of those bills to restrict the right to vote have become law in states like my own, in Texas, in Georgia, and so many other states. And while other pieces address the direct and more recent threat to our democracy, including the counting of votes and the safety and security of election officials, this legislation is necessary for us to save our democracy. And yes, we've had setbacks in this fight. Yesterday was another one. Not enough of our Republican colleagues in the Senate were brave enough to stand up to President Trump's lies and to vote for the same Voting Rights Act that the Senate had unanimously reauthorized in 2006, that my constituent, Republican, President George W. Bush, signed in 2006. And we were just shy of having enough Democrats in the Senate with enough courage to change the rules so that we could protect our democracy. But I'm here to say today, to all of my constituents and to anyone across the country who's worried about our democracy, that we can't lose hope. We've had setbacks before, just as Mr. Lewis did, and we have come back from them. The American people have sent us a clear message. In 2020, 155 million Americans voted in a pandemic. They risked their lives to vote. That's how important it was to them. Campaign finance reform, ending partisan gerrymandering, expanding access to the ballot by creating national standards around voter registration, early voting, and vote by mail, these are all necessary for us, for our democracy, and they're common sense ideas that are contained in the Freedom to Vote Act. They will fortify and protect this sacred right. But let's talk about what's happening in the country, because I hear all the time from folks that voting is not difficult, that there has not been a rash of voter suppression laws passed across the country, that this is a democratic story that is being told. According to the Brennan Center, between January 1st and September 27th, at least 19 states enacted 33 laws to make it harder for Americans to vote. Restrictive laws in 4 states, Georgia, Iowa, Kansas, and Texas, imposed new or more stringent criminal penalties on election officials or other individuals for helping their fellow citizens vote. These new criminal laws will deter election officials and others who assist voters from engaging in ordinary, lawful, and often essential tasks. People in Georgia can now be charged with a crime for handing out water and snacks to voters waiting in line to vote, lines that were created intentionally by restricting other ways to vote. Montana eliminated Election Day voter registration, making it harder for new voters or folks who have moved to vote in that state. Arizona temporarily restricted the powers of their Secretary of State to represent them in lawsuits. And the reason? Because that position is held currently by a Democrat. Other states have shortened the window to apply or the deadline to deliver a mail-in ballot, or have eliminated ballot drop boxes and reduced polling places, and the list goes on and on and on. 155 million Americans voted in 2020, the highest turnout since the 1900 election. The Trump administration itself called it the most secure in American history. And yet the lies about the election and the attacks on the right to vote have just continued and continued. And that's why I'm standing here today. Because of this new lie, these new laws have been passed, and we are seeing voter suppression taking place in real time in my home state in Texas. And so I want to just talk about my home state for a little bit, because I hear from a lot of Texans who wonder why voting rights experts like myself say that it is one of the most difficult states in the country to vote. And so I want to walk you through just how difficult it is to cast your ballot in my home state. First, the state of Texas makes it incredibly difficult to register to vote. In order for me to register my neighbors in Dallas County, I need to go to the Dallas County Elections Department, take a short course, and become deputized as a volunteer deputy registrar. That's just to register my neighbors. And after that, I'm able to register voters only in Dallas County. And I'm only able to do that for 2 years, because it's going to expire. Then I have to go back and get it reauthorized. And after I register that voter, which I've done hundreds of times, I have 5 days to deliver the completed form that I filled out with them, or I face criminal penalties. 5 days. So if I lose it, if something happens, I will be held criminally liable. If I would like to register voters in both of the counties in my congressional district, Collin County and Dallas County, I would have to also go to Collin County and get deputized separately there. If I meet a voter who lives in the city of Dallas, but doesn't know what county they live in, because 4 counties touch the city of Dallas, I will not be able to register them unless I know that I'm deputized in their county, whether it be Denton County, Kaufman County, Collin County, Dallas County. I have to figure it out. That's just to register my neighbors as a lawyer, as a voting rights lawyer, for me to help my neighbor get registered. In order to personally register for the next election that I would like to participate in, if a voter would like to participate in the next election, they have to register at least 30 days before that election day. So if, like many young people, you decide that a week out from an election, you're fired up, you're ready to go, you want to vote in that election, guess what? You can't, because you didn't get registered in time. Unlike many other states where they have same-day voter registration, in Texas, you have to have decided 30 days out from the election that you were going to get registered, and hopefully get through all of those other hoops. And right now, as we speak, the Secretary of State's office is citing a paper shortage as a reason why they can't print out enough voter registration forms, despite dragging their feet for years in expanding online voter registration to Texans. That's all just to get registered, Mr. Speaker. We're not even talking about casting your ballot yet. So after you have gone through those hoops, after you've gotten registered, you have to then survive the purges of the voter rolls that are going on right now, such as in 2019, when Texas attempted to kick 100,000 Texans incorrectly off the voter rolls, claiming that they were non-citizens. It was such a disaster, the Secretary of State had to resign. Now, if you've survived that, if you've gotten registered and you've not been purged from the voter rolls, to actually cast your ballot, you have to jump through more hoops, because Texas has the strictest voter ID law in the country. In order for me to vote in the state of Texas, I need to possess one of 7 acceptable forms of ID, which does include a Texas handgun license, but does not include a student ID, like my constituents at SMU or UTD or any school in Dallas might be issued. A Texas District Court found in 2014 that 600,000 registered Texans, or 4.5% of those registered at that time, lacked one of these qualifying IDs. Now, thanks to a court ruling, you can sign a declaration stating that you don't possess that required form of ID. But that is not often communicated at the polling place. I know because I've trained poll watchers to try and watch for this. When voters present themselves and they don't have the required ID, they are often turned away. If you have a disability, or if you're out of town, or you just have difficulty coming to a polling place, you can't vote by mail very easily either. To vote by mail in the state of Texas, you have to be 65 years or older. You have to be sick or disabled, or you have to be out of the county where your election is being held on Election Day and throughout the entire early voting period. And recently, thanks to the state's voter suppression law, SB 1, this has become even more difficult. As reports from counties from across the state have shown, mail-in ballot applications are being rejected at an alarming rate. That's because this new law requires that people provide either a partial Social Security number or a driver's license number on their application for a mail-in ballot. And that number has to match the identification on their voter registration. This makes it extremely difficult for voters to remember which ID they used when they registered, perhaps decades ago. In Dallas and Tarrant counties, right now, 40%, Mr. Speaker, of the applications have been rejected. In Bexar County, where San Antonio is located, it's almost 50%. If this rejection rate holds, tens of thousands of mail-in ballots, and possibly more, will be rejected. It's now a crime, Mr. Speaker, for county officials to encourage folks to vote by mail, meaning that if you are in a household and you're married, and if a spouse requests a mail-in ballot, the county official cannot inform you that your spouse can also request a mail-in ballot if they're eligible, or they face criminal penalties. And that doesn't even scratch the surface of dealing with voters whose names have changed because of marriage or divorce, or a change in gender identity, or whose names no longer match the name on the voter roll. If you possess one of these IDs, and if you're aware of your rights, you may still struggle to find a polling place. According to a report from the Leadership Conference Education Fund, 750 polling places have been closed in Texas since 2012. This has disproportionately happened in counties with large Black and Latino populations. The law also curbed other initiatives by counties to make voting easier that happened during the pandemic, including limiting ballot drop boxes, banning counties from drive-through voting, and opening 24-hour voting locations as they did in Harris County, which is where Houston is. And they even tried to ban Sunday morning early voting to stop souls to the polls until they had too much outrage and they had to back off. Texans in minority communities disproportionately face long lines when they get to the polling place in order to vote. And this includes one Black man in Houston who waited 6 hours to cast his ballot in 2020. And if you make it through all of those hurdles, register to vote, cast your ballot by mail or in person via early voting or on election day, your vote will then be diluted through aggressive partisan gerrymandering at the state House, state Senate, and congressional level. According to the Brennan Center, Texas Democrats would have to win 58% of the vote to be favored to carry more than 37% of the state's congressional seats. That's a state where Joe Biden earned 46.5% of the vote. According to this analysis, Texas would have to vote very heavily for Democrats in order to barely break the gerrymander, and it would still likely leave Republicans with a 2-to-1 seat advantage. This is all due to partisan gerrymandering, which allows politicians to choose their voters instead of the other way around. Gerrymandering doesn't just silence communities, though. It also suppresses the vote. It's well known that competitive elections drive higher turnout, which is why the recent state and congressional maps in Texas sought to limit the number of competitive elections as much as possible. For the Texas voter that has found a way to register, to cast their ballot, and has ignored the impacts of gerrymandering, their vote is still under attack even after they've cast it. Currently, right now, as we are 2 months out from the primary election for our next election, our state's leaders are conducting a so-called audit of the 2020 election results in our largest counties at the request of the former president of the United States, trying to prop up the lie that the last election was stolen from him in a state that he won. All of these hurdles, combined with the potential discriminatory penalties, are making it difficult for the average Texan to feel that they can engage in an election freely. And even worse, states across the country are following Texas's lead. That's why we need to pass the Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act. The Freedom to Vote Act, just very quickly, for folks who are wondering, because there's a lot of discussion about this, let's talk about what it actually does. It establishes automatic, online, and same-day voter registration, which would solve our voter registration problems in the state of Texas. It makes Election Day a federal holiday, something that should happen. It sets national standards for early voting and vote by mail, requiring 2 weeks of early voting, including 2 weekends, and allowing any American who wants to vote by mail. It bans partisan gerrymandering and establishes clear, neutral standards and rules, as well as increasing transparency and enhanced judicial review. This would address Texas' extremely gerrymandered maps, and it creates a uniform standard for what forms of ID are acceptable for voting. It prevents state states from subverting their own elections and protects election records, legislation that I introduced here in the House and that I'm glad to see included in this final bill. And of course, the Voting Rights Act needs to be restored. We need to make sure that we have pre-clearance again. We need to have a national standard. That's what the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act does. This is a bill that passed the Senate 98-0 in 2006. It passed the House overwhelmingly. It was signed into law by my constituent again, President George W. Bush, a Republican. But now not a single Republican in the Senate will vote for it, or in the House. And this brings me to my final thoughts, which is that January 6th, I was just a few rows back from where I'm standing now. The doors to my right were barricaded with furniture like this that we used to hold paper as a mob tried to break in and prevent us from ratifying the results of an American presidential election. I, along with my colleagues like Mr. Jones, who's here with me, were prepared for the worst. These doors were locked. We didn't know if there would be a way out, but we were determined to do our job. I think the most important thing that happened on January 6th, the thing I hope people remember that happened, isn't that we had to evacuate the House floor. I hope they remember that we came back. We came back while there was still blood on the walls, while there's still broken glass on the floor, while we ourselves were dealing with our own emotional response to what had happened, while we ourselves were shaken. We came back and we voted, yes, in a bipartisan way, to affirm an American presidential election. Our democracy held, just barely. But since then, we've seen a more clever, slower attempt to accomplish the same thing that those rioters tried to do on January 6th, which is to subvert the will of the American people. We've seen it in state after state. We've seen the worst rash of voter suppression laws that we've had in this country since the days of Jim Crow. And in many ways, it is worse because it's not 1965, Mr. Speaker. It's 2022, and we should have made more progress by now. We should not be having this conversation about whether or not certain Americans should be able to vote in our elections. We've had this problem since the passage of the 15th Amendment. The idea that certain votes matter more than others, or that certain people who live in certain places, that their votes are inherently fraudulent, or that they don't know enough to be involved in an election. But I'll tell you what, I believe in the American people. I believe that they know that our democracy is what makes our country great. Our democracy is what allows us to have this thriving economy. People are trying everything they can to get into this country still. They're not trying to join some of our autocratic opponents. They're not trying to break into Russia and to China. They want to come to the United States. We're still a beacon of hope for the world. When strongmen and autocrats worry about the United States, it's not just our military they worry about, it's our ideas. It's the idea of the United States. And while that idea is under attack, I believe it's going to stand strong. And so I would want to say, Mr. Speaker, to all of my constituents, to anyone who may be listening to this, the fight to protect the right to vote is far from over. The Senate may not have done its job yesterday, but I and my colleagues will not give up that fight. And with that, I want to yield whatever time you may consume to my colleague from New York, Mondaire Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Allred, for his leadership in the fight to protect the fundamental right to vote and to save our ailing democracy. It has been an honor working with him, with Congresswoman Terry Sewell, and with Congressman John Sarbanes over the past year on both the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. As you just heard, we are living through the worst assault on the right to vote since the Jim Crow era. And yesterday,
on the Senate floor, white nationalists used the Jim Crow filibuster to block voting rights legislation. But they did not win the contest for the soul of our nation. I rise to affirm that we, the people, aren't giving up that easy. We never give up. We, the people, didn't give up when, after we finally ended the scourge of slavery in this nation, white nationalists fought back, violently unraveling Reconstruction, throwing duly elected black people out of office, and barring black voters from the voting booth for generations. We responded by organizing. Progress came in fits. It took us nearly a century, but progress came. It came in the courtroom, where Thurgood Marshall helped to end a century of legalized segregation. It came on the streets, where the March on Washington and the Montgomery bus boycott produced meaningful social change. And of course, it came in Congress, where, after considerable pressure from the civil rights movement, this chamber and the Senate passed the Voting Rights Act into law, and they overcame a filibuster to do it. Imagine that. Mr. Speaker, like you, I was hoping against all hope that today's story would end the same way, with a majority of senators doing the right thing. To those of you watching at home, to the millions of you who put it all on the line to save our democracy, to see the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act become law, I feel your pain right now. But I do not despair. As Sherilyn Ifill, the Director Counsel of the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund, said recently, no story in the history of our quest for racial justice has ever ended with the words, "and then they gave up." Our story, the story of building a true multiracial democracy in the 21st century, is no exception. The fact is, progress is not always linear. It is messy. There are false starts. There are setbacks, like what happened last night. But the weight of history and the force of reason are on our side. I grew up in the Baptist church. To quote from the book of Jeremiah, like a fire shut up in my bones, I know that goodness will prevail. As the elders used to say, trouble don't last always. Weeping may endureth for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Look at how far we have come already. Just a few years ago, democracy reform was a pipe dream, embraced only by the most committed activists. But thanks to an overwhelming groundswell of energy, of movement building, of organizing, the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act passed the House, and it came just 2 votes short of passing the Senate. We are not going anywhere. We are more energized than ever to see this through. We must pick up Senate seats this fall to make the filibuster an impossibility. This is the fight of our lives, for our climate, for health care, our jobs, our dignity under the law, our future. We have no choice but to keep going. I am reminded of the words of Dr. King in his 1966 speech in Kingtree, South Carolina. Let us march on ballot boxes, for this is the way we're going to straighten up the nation. Let us march on ballot boxes until somehow we will be able to develop that day when men will have food and material necessities for their bodies, freedom and dignity for their spirits, and education and culture for their minds. Let us march on ballot boxes so that men and women will no longer walk the streets in search of jobs that do not exist. Let us march on ballot boxes until empty stomachs are filled. Let us march on ballot boxes until the idle industries of Appalachia are revitalized. Let us march on ballot boxes until brotherhood is more than a meaningless word at the end of a prayer, but rather the first order of business of every legislature's slate or agenda. Let us march on ballot boxes. Dr. King's words are as true today as they were nearly 60 years ago. But while our work must include the ballot box, we know that it also must go beyond it. We must envision the world as we want it, and we must do everything in our power to bring about that world. Hold your elected officials accountable. Educate your friends, your family, your neighbors. Change their hearts and minds. Mr. Speaker, unlike John Lewis and his generation, we are not called to risk our lives. We are merely called to exercise the rights that they helped us to win, our votes and our voices. Like those before us, let us march on. Mr. Speaker, as we grieve the demise of democracy legislation in the Senate last night, I rise in grief and in gratitude to honor my beloved teacher, the legendary Lani Guinier, who passed away earlier this month. Lani Guinier's life defies summary. She began her career in the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice. She led voting rights advocacy at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, often driving alone at night through hostile places, like from Selma to Mobile, Alabama, to win 31 of the 32 cases she argued. Due to her intellect and her sterling record of accomplishment, she was nominated to lead the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice. She would go on to become the first woman of color tenured at Harvard Law School. But like many great civil rights leaders, Lani Guinier did not define herself by the power she held or the acclaim she received. She defined herself by the power she unleashed within her clients, her students, and the American people. Lani Guinier found her voice by helping others find theirs. I am blessed that she helped me find my voice. So the day after the Senate tried to silence the voices of the American people, it feels fitting to honor her by speaking from the floor of the People's House. I first met Professor Guinier when I was in college. I was taking a writing course, and with her characteristic generosity, she agreed to let me interview her. At the time, I wanted to be a civil rights lawyer, like my friend, Colin Allred. That warm evening, the sun still glowing in the sky, she illuminated a different path forward for me. She revealed to me that civil rights advocacy was about so much more than litigation, as important as that is. It was also about leveraging the power of impacted communities to transform entire institutions. Without meaning to, she helped persuade me to become a legislator. When I arrived at law school, Professor Guinier taught me more than I could ever have expected. Not just everything I know about voting rights law, but also how to become the person I hope to be. As the first woman of color to be tenured at Harvard Law School, Professor Guinier showed us that being a first is not a privilege, but a responsibility. A lesson that is not lost on me as one of the first openly gay black members of Congress. Her scholarship sought to show that every voice belonged in our constitutional conversation. Not just John Marshall, but Thurgood Marshall. Not just lawyers like Constance Baker Motley, but activists like Fannie Lou Hamer. Not just the people whose names make the history books, but the seemingly ordinary people living lives of extraordinary service. While most law professors obsess over jurisprudence, what judges do, say, and think, Professor Guinier opened our eyes to demos prudence, the law that emerges from and enhances the power of the people. She knew that she knew that justice is not the work of justices alone. At heart, Professor Guinier was a democratic idealist, a prophetic voice who called us to reconstruct our democratic institutions and reimagine our democratic identities. She cautioned us that winner-take-all elections risk converting political competition into mutually assured destruction, intensifying conflict and underrepresenting those already underrepresented. She helped Congress reinvigorate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, work the Supreme Court subverted last year in Brnovich v. DNC, and which I was proud to help restore by introducing the Inclusive Elections Act, which we passed in the House, but unfortunately the Senate rejected last night through the filibuster. After the court demolished the Voting Rights Act's foundation in Shelby v. Holder in 2013, she urged Congress to not only repair the damage, as we did in the House, but as was blocked last night by the Jim Crow filibuster, but she also encouraged us to guarantee an affirmative right to vote. I have been honored to answer that call by introducing the Right to Vote Act, which also passed the House last week as part of the Freedom to Vote John R. Lewis Act. Beyond prescribing specific reforms and remedies, Professor Guinier urged us to see that democracy was not a zero-sum war over the power to dominate, but rather a delicate project of sharing power with one another as equals. A democracy, she said, is not something we inherit. It is not something that we inhabit. It is not something that we consume. It is something that we actively build together. Just as the Senate refused to heed the will of the people last night, the powerful did not always heed Professor Guinier. But she knew the power of dissent. Whether dissenters speak from the bench, from the lectern, like this one, or from the streets, what seems like their weakness is really their strength. The powerful coerce us to do their bidding, but dissenters call us forward to freely do what is right. I am heartbroken by Professor Guinier's passing. I miss her. But Professor Guinier, even now, you show me that accepting myself as I am can help me to center the people that I serve. You inspire me to protect and perfect our multiracial democracy. I once asked you how to advance that mission. In today's times, you said, I think that's the question for your generation. With our democracy on the line, may we, the people, lift every voice to answer. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from New York for his words. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities against members of the United States Senate. Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be brief, and I'll speak at the end of the special order as well, if there's time. Mr. Speaker, in 1973, the U.S. Supreme Court abandoned women and babies to what is now the multi-billion-dollar abortion industry, and almost 63.5 million unborn children have been killed, a staggering loss of children's lives that is more than the entire population of Italy. Now, by at least affirming the constitutionality of the Mississippi law, which we're all hoping and praying for after 15 weeks, the Supreme Court may finally take a powerful step towards inclusion, respect, and justice for the weakest and most vulnerable, nearly 50 years after the infamous findings of Roe versus Wade. Tomorrow, thousands will march for life here in the Capitol and across the country. And I would like to yield to my good friend and colleague, Bob Latta, who's the prime sponsor of the Save Moms and Babies Act. Bob left. Okay, he'll be coming back. I'd like to yield to Dr. Harris, Andy Harris, who is a medical doctor and anesthesiologist at Johns Hopkins and co-chairman of the Pro-Life Caucus. Dr. Harris.
Thank you. And thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with the hope that after nearly 50 years, Roe versus Wade's attack on the most basic of human rights, the right to life, will soon meet its end. Why are we going to be marching tomorrow? We do it because we believe that every person, born and unborn, deserves a chance at life. We march to shed light on the incredible resources available to expectant mothers who find themselves in desperate situations. We march to send a message that humanity cannot sit by and quietly tolerate the deliberate ending of human life. Mr. Speaker, I'm a physician, and I've helped thousands of women deliver their babies over the course of my career. When I underwent my training, I was taught that caring for expectant mothers meant caring for two patients, not one. And as you can see here, advances in ultrasound technology have reinforced that training from decades ago. Mr. Speaker, this is not blobs of tissue we're talking about. These are human beings. The science is clear. From the moment of conception, new human life enters the world with its own unique DNA, and in a matter of weeks, even a heartbeat. Mr. Speaker, we march for an end to the human tragedy of abortion, and I pray each day that we come closer to this righteous conclusion. And I yield back and thank the gentleman from New Jersey.
Dr. Harris. I'd like to now yield to Michelle Fischbach, co-chair of the Pro-Life Caucus.
Thank you to my great friend, Mr. Smith, and a great fighter for life for many years, and we appreciate all of your work on that. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 49th anniversary of Roe versus Wade, the tragedy of Roe versus Wade, and to remember the more than 60 million unborn lives it has taken and the tragic, irreversible mark it has left on countless mothers, fathers, and families. Every innocent life is precious, from conception until natural death. But for nearly 5 decades, abortion has remained one of the greatest tragedies of our nation. The Supreme Court now has the opportunity to right some of the terrible wrongs committed in this country against the unborn since Roe versus Wade. I pray for our justices that they make the right decision for many lives will depend on it. And we will continue to fight for the lives of unborn children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank Ms. Fischbach, and I also want to thank her for her powerful and eloquent witness for life, both in the legislature of Minnesota and now in the U.S. House. I'd like to now yield to Steve Chabot, Congressman Chabot. I would note that he is the prime author of 2 breakthrough laws. One is called the Partial Birth Abortion Act, that is law, and the ban on and the Born Alive Act. So, Steve.
Thank you. And I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for his longtime leadership in protecting innocent unborn lives. He was here at the beginning. The father of the pro-life movement here in the United States Congress was Chris Smith and Henry Hyde. And speaking of Henry Hyde, we've had for a long time something called the Hyde Amendment, which basically said U.S. tax dollars could not go to pay for abortions. But we have a radical pro-abortion group of people that control this Congress now. They think that tax dollars ought to go to pay for other people's abortions. They also believe that not only should we pay for abortions here in the United States, the people's tax dollars, but they ought to pay for abortions across the globe. And that is the reversal of the Mexico City policies. So the Supreme Court is currently considering 2 cases that may fundamentally alter abortion in this country. And it's my hope, my sincere hope, that this court will finally right a grievous past wrong and give the rights to the most vulnerable among us, the unborn, and protect lives in the future rather than what has
happened in the slaughter of over 63 million of our fellow citizens. So I want to thank Mr. Smith and all the other members that will be speaking here today for their leadership on this vital, vital issue. And I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Shabbat. It is now my honor to yield to Dr. Brian Babin from Texas.
Thank you, and I want to just say how much I appreciate the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, for having this very, very valuable, worthwhile special order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of the 63 million babies who have tragically been aborted since the Supreme Court's devastating decision in Roe v. Wade. However, in the 49 years since that fatal decision, science has unmistakably proven that unborn babies can feel pain as early as 15 weeks. They even have a character. We can see it on sonograms. But the left likes to ignore this fact. They seem to only value the type of science that supports their political agenda. It's time for the, quote, party of science to actually follow the science and to protect the unborn. I will always fight for life. I'm proud to be up here with my colleagues today, standing up for these unborn, innocent little human beings. And I sincerely pray that the Supreme Court of the United States will make the just decision to overturn Roe v. Wade this very year. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Babin. It's my honor now to yield to Jack Bergman, my friend and colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, you know, the honor to be here with my colleagues who believe so fervently in doing the right thing, because if you seek your wisdom from above, you will always do the right thing. Mr. Smith, I appreciate your leadership. As we stand here, remembering the 49th anniversary of Roe versus Wade, I want to remind my colleagues that standing for life, and I repeat, standing for life, has historically been a bipartisan effort. Example, the Hyde Amendment. Especially across Michigan's 1st District. Since coming to Congress, I am proud to have stood shoulder to shoulder with my constituents as we collectively raise our voice and our vote for those who have neither. The very first inalienable right described in the Declaration of Independence is the right to life. As a member of Congress, I have always and will always continue to fight to protect that right for the born and the unborn. Protecting life isn't an issue of division. In fact, it's one of unity. We must all work together to enact better policies and build stronger communities that create a culture of life. Together, we can create a nation that honors life and upholds the self-evident truth that every life is precious and must be protected. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your leadership. I'd like to now yield to Mike Johnson, a distinguished attorney before coming to Congress and our number 4 in the line of leadership in the Republican Party. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you, my friend, and for your principled leadership on this issue for so many years. You're a great model to us all. Mr. Speaker, we in the Pro-Life Caucus are happy to join the March for Life tomorrow here in the nation's capital, but we're here today to acknowledge the tragic anniversary of Roe v. Wade. As has been said, more than 63 million unborn children have been denied their right to life in the past 49 years since that tragic decision was handed down. As we fight to protect the liberties of all Americans here in Congress, we have to remember to fight first for the most defenseless, and that is the child in the womb, whom from the moment of conception is a unique human being with unique DNA. In the coming months, you're going to hear a lot of vague and euphemistic language from defenders of abortion. Do not be swayed. The truth is very simple, and it has never changed. Abortion takes a baby's life, a person made in God's image. We hope, we pray, we believe that 2022 is the year the Supreme Court will finally recognize this truth once again. With that, I thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Johnson, thank you very much for your leadership. I'd like to now yield to Dr. John Joyce of Pennsylvania, a medical doctor. And you know, so many of our leaders in the pro-life effort, both in this Congress and legislatures across the country, are medical doctors and healthcare professionals. So thank you, Doctor,
and
for
I'd like to
standing up so
thank you,
strongly.
my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, for your leadership in this incredibly important issue. Year after year, you have stood for the unborn. Personally, I want to thank you for that leadership. In the 49 years since the case of Roe v. Wade was ruled on by the Supreme Court, 63 million innocent unborn children have lost their lives to abortion. Now members of the radical left are trying to raise the number of abortions performed in the United States by repealing the Hyde Amendment, which for decades has ensured that no taxpayer dollars are used to fund this barbaric procedure. As a doctor, I swore an oath to first do no harm. When I was in medical school, I swore that I would never perform, assist, or support an abortion procedure. As a medical student, as an intern, as a resident, and as a board-certified physician for 25 years, I lived up to that pledge. As a legislator in the United States Congress, I took a pledge to continue to stand for life. Now is the time for Congress to pass legislation that defends the rights of the unborn. Now is the time for us to end abortions in this country. On this 49th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, let us remember the lives that have been lost and recommit ourselves to defending human life. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your leadership and eloquence. I'd like to now yield to my good friend and colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Tim.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We can all agree that it's wrong to murder a person, Mr. Chairman, or in other words, to take someone's life. So my pro-abortion colleagues need to answer the simple question of when does a little baby girl's life start? Does it start at 6 weeks when the baby girl's heart starts beating? Most pro-abortion advocates oppose the 6-week heartbeat laws, so they wouldn't consider a heartbeat to be life. What about when a little baby girl can start to feel pain around the halfway point in pregnancy? Not a single House Democrat co-sponsored legislation that would affect babies who can feel pain. So it seems they don't believe in life at the halfway point either. What about at 21 weeks, Mr. Speaker, when the baby girl could potentially survive outside the womb thanks to life-saving medical technology? It seems simple to say if she could live outside the womb, she must be alive inside the womb as well. Yet most pro-abortion advocates still say we should be able to kill her without a second thought. Many of my pro-abortion colleagues also believe we should be able to abort viable babies, even up through birth. Why should abortion doctors be allowed to kill a baby who's developed organs, a beating heart, and even the ability to recognize the sound of their own mama's voice? There's no excuse for aborting babies at birth, but the pro-abortion movement believes this murder should be allowed anyway. It's time my pro-abortion colleagues start following the science and realize those little babies are human, alive, and worthy of life. Thank you, Chairman Smith, for the incredible work you're doing.
Thank you for your
might not get
leadership
your
as well.
rewards here, but I'm sure you will in heaven. So thank you, brother.
Thank you so much. God bless you. I'd like to now yield to my good friend from Virginia, Ben Klein. Ben?
I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey for his leadership on this issue and for yielding me time. Mr. Chairman, as we approach the 49th anniversary of the Supreme Court's decision in Roe v. Wade, my colleagues and I come together to remember the more than 63 million children who have had their lives cut short in this country since 1973. Stand here today for the sake of the women, for the sake of the children, and for the sake of the very future of our nation. Because of Roe v. Wade and the cases that followed its precedent, the right of the unborn to be born is denied throughout our nation more than 2,000 times every single day, and in several states throughout all 9 months of pregnancy, which Roe permits. This is a great stain on this great nation. We will not be silent here in Congress, nor will the hundreds of millions of pro-life Americans across this country. My colleagues and I will continue to stand for life and fight to end the tragedy that is abortion. We will remain steadfast supporters of life and serve as voices for the voiceless and defenders of the defenseless. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the time to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you very much. And I thank you for your very strong statement. I'd like to now yield to Congressman Fred Keller from Pennsylvania. Thanks, Fred.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for taking the lead on such an important issue. Mr. Speaker, on the 49th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, let's reflect on the importance of standing up for every human being's right to realize their full potential from the moment of conception. In fact, members of Congress have a solemn duty to defend those incapable of defending themselves, the most innocent among us, the unborn. I'll share a little bit of a personal story when my family chose life. This was when my son was 3 years old. He was involved in an accident with a head injury, and he was on life support. And many times the doctors told us he wasn't going to survive. In fact, they said it's not an 80% chance, not a 95% chance, but it was a 100% chance that he was going to pass. We did not disconnect life support. We chose life, we prayed, and Freddie started to recover. Today, Freddie is fully recovered, and while his accident was decades ago, this is an opportunity to learn about the value of human life. Our Creator has a plan for each one of us, and I will continue to support policies that ensure every life has the chance to realize its fullest potential. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Fred, and for sharing that beautiful story about Freddie.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to now yield to another good friend and colleague, Rick Allen from the great state of Georgia.
And I, too, thank the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, for all your great work on this issue. Mr. Speaker, this week marks the 49th anniversary of the Supreme Court's decision in Roe v. Wade, a devastating decision that we have continued to remind you that has killed 63 million children in this country. You know, who do we trust on this issue? There it says, in God we trust. So if that's the case, this is what God said to Jeremiah in Jeremiah 1:5. I knew you before I formed you in the womb. So what more evidence do we need? You know, this shouldn't be a political debate, but now my Democratic friends are taking it one step further by attempting to abolish the Hyde Amendment, which prevents taxpayer money from funding abortions. The government should not be using hard-earned taxpayer money to kill innocent children. However, I am optimistic that the fight for life will take a step in the right direction. The Supreme Court is currently reviewing Dobbs versus Jackson, Women's Health Organization, a lawsuit challenging a Mississippi law that bans abortion after 15 weeks. I pray that the judges will rule in favor of life. As the father of 4 and the grandfather of 14, I believe that life is precious, and I will fight to protect that life. I've taken an oath to fight for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and so has every member of this body, and I yield back.
I thank you, my friend, for his comments. I'd like to now yield to a gentlelady from Arizona, Debbie Lesko.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Smith. You wouldn't believe it, but as I was walking here today to speak about the value of life, my daughter called me, and she's headed to the hospital to give birth to my 5th grandchild, my 2nd granddaughter. So isn't this an appropriate depiction right here of my next granddaughter, who's going to be named Grace? You know, I used to be what they call pro-choice years ago, but I was lied to. You know, they said it was just a clump of cells, just some tissues, looked like a tadpole, nothing. But you know, as technology has gotten better, we now have ultrasounds, and in our state of Arizona, we passed legislation so that the mothers could see what their babies really look like. They have little hands, little fingers, little toes. They're humans. They're real people. They're not just a clump of cells. And that's why it's so disturbing to me that here in the U.S. House of Congress, I don't think we have one of my Democratic colleagues left that's pro-life. I think they got rid of them in the primaries. And when Republicans have come forward and asked the Speaker of the House, please, can we vote on a bill that requires medical help to be given to babies that are born alive in a botched abortion, she said no. What has this country come to when we don't even want to keep a baby alive after it's born? My fellow Republicans and I are fighting hard for the value of life, to protect the preborn, to protect every life. This is the most important thing that we can do. I yield back.
Thank you, Debbie, and congratulations. Thank you. That is fantastic. I'd like to now yield to the gentleman from Montana, Matt Rosendale.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the gentleman from New Jersey for being the leading example on this charge for us. Tomorrow will be a unique and significant day. Tomorrow, many of us will take the unfortunately similar steps of a march that began in 1974. This March for Life, however, may be the last one before the stain of Roe v. Wade is lifted from this nation. However, even if we are so fortunate, the decision to continue this crime will likely remain in many of the states. Sadly, millions of Americans have yet to awaken to the cruelty and the evil that is abortion. The reason for this slumber is no less devastating than the murder of 63 million children. It is the failure to recognize the inherent dignity of every life. This failure has justified the intentional killing of a living child, led to the many atrocities of the 20th century and the American tragedy that it is. We, however, are not reconciled to continue this moral failing. You know, I often think about the abortionist who has woken up to the evil which he has been so complicit in. The moment when his heart converts, when he has been availed of the truth of the inherent human life. He looks back at the trail of broken bodies that he has traveled. But if we stop there at the horror and the tragedy, we wouldn't have hope, because we know that when he looks up, he now sees those glorified souls looking down on him, singing in praise and rejoicing in his conversion. There is renewal in our movement, and there is hope. There is the hopeful anticipation that everyone in every state will also see the obvious truth and the inherent beauty in the tiniest life. Thank you so much for including me in this today, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you for your comments and leadership. I'd like to now yield to Congressman David Schweikert, a good friend and colleague, and for such time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Smith, I may have a slightly different tone here, but it becomes, I was born in an unwed mother's home in downtown LA. So were all my siblings. In my 30s, late 30s, I get an email out of nowhere, and it says, "Hi, David, I'm a friend of your sister's. Here's your information. Here's your birth mother." We had a family discussion. I sent a very carefully worded note, and a couple weeks later, I get this phone call, this tiny voice crying. And I'm crying now also in the phone, and she's saying, "I go to Mass almost every day. On your birthday, I'm terrified. I'm hoping, are you having a good life? How has your world been?" And I'm crying on the other side, basically saying, "Look, I've had a great life. I got adopted by a family. It brought me to Arizona. I get to live in the Phoenix area. I have two wonderful a brother and sister who were also born in the unwed mother's home." And it became an amazing experience, because my mom, who's right here, and this is my birth mom, right here, became best of friends. And I've never told this part of the story here, but my birth mom, both of them have now passed away, had an early type of Alzheimer's, a type of dementia. But my mom here had sent her all sorts of photos of me being a child. So when you'd go into the house that they had there in California, there'd be my 2 6-foot-tall blonde half-sisters, and then pictures of me as a baby growing up. And in her mind, I was always there. I was always part of the family. The dear Lord does heal. But one of her best friends at the funeral turned to me and said, "David, did Mary Lynn ever tell you the story of when we were in the car on the way to Tijuana to go get an abortion?" And as they got closer and closer to the border, she began to cry, and then they got closer and she started to hyperventilate, and eventually she became so crushed with fear and sadness and terror, the girls turned around and went back and talked to her mother. And a few months later, I was born at that Holy Family Unwed Mothers Home. Now I'm this age, and I have an adopted little girl who's the 3rd generation adopted in our family. For those of us who passionately care about life, I think it's important we also tell the stories of how grateful some of us are to be alive, the amazing life my little girl's having, how grateful I am to her birth mom for giving us the greatest gift my wife and I have ever had. And understanding the ultimate definition of love is life. And maybe others out there can have the amazing experience I've had with meeting my birth family and my siblings' birth families. It's just one amazing experience of joy of life. And that needs to be what I think we focus on, is this, there's good here if we just change our hearts and our minds. And with that, I yield back.
David, thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you. I'd like to now yield to my good friend and colleague as well, Russ Fulcher. Russ.
Thank you to my friend and colleague from New Jersey. Speaker, it is an honor to join you here during this special week. 3 years ago, I approached the podium for the first time to give my speech on the House floor. I chose my topic intentionally, as it is an issue that I will always champion: protecting the lives of the unborn. There is no effort more worthy than supporting life. This issue defines our culture, our society, and our value system. Every year, I'm overwhelmed at the outpouring of effort, energy, and support that floods this cause. So thank you. And thank you to my colleagues in the House and Senate who join me in this fight. Thank you to the health practitioners working nonstop to provide resources to help new mothers choose life. Thanks to our advocates on the ground, from the airwaves to in person, for continually showing your support. And thank you to our pastors and religious organizations for seeking divine guidance and strength in this effort. I'm inspired by you all, and will keep doing everything I can to continue this fight to protect the unborn. I yield back.
Thank you so much. I'd like to now yield to Bob Latta, and again, thank him for his leadership on his pending bill. Save.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my good friend from New Jersey for your years of unending work for the unborn. You've been so steadfast that from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for all you've done. Thank you.
Thank you to you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because the tragedy of abortion is the greatest human rights issue of our day. The right to life is the foundation upon which all other rights are built. The science is clear: abortion ends a human life. Studies have proven chemical abortion puts the life of the mother in great danger. In 2015, 1 in 3 women who took the abortion drug ended up in the emergency room within 30 days. Let me repeat that. 1 in 3 women who took the abortion drug ended up in the emergency room within 30 days. Congress must do more to provide women and their unborn children with care and support. I am proud that my legislation, the Save
Moms and Babies Act would prevent the FDA from approving new abortion drugs and would stop these dangerous pills from being dispensed through telemedicine. I'd like to thank everyone in Washington, D.C. this week who are offering their unwavering dedication to defending the unborn despite a culture that often marginalizes pro-life values. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Really appreciate it. I'd like to yield to Steve Palazzo, my friend and colleague, and a leader in the pro-life movement as well.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey for putting on this very, very special order so we can address a very serious issue that's plaguing our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the anniversary of Roe versus Wade, a standard of unparalleled violence against an innocent population in this country. The biggest casualty caused by Roe versus Wade are the 62 million children killed before they had a chance. Our forefathers believed that every man, woman, and child have a God-given right to life. Our Constitution makes no caveat for only those who can walk, talk, and speak. Because of my children and my faith, protecting life is very personal responsibility to me. As a Catholic, I can testify how faith encourages strength of character, urges truthfulness, and prioritizes the sanctity of life. The sad truth is that you will find many of the politicians claiming to be religious actively rejecting each of these faith-founded principles. The most basic way to exercise faith is by adhering to the Ten Commandments, including thou shalt not kill. I appreciate all of my friends and colleagues in Congress who are standing up and speaking up for those who cannot today. I'm grateful to know that there are Americans who will speak and fight alongside me on behalf of millions of unborn babies who cannot defend themselves. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Steve, thank you so very much. I'd like to now yield to Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin. Glenn. Thanks, Steve. Great.
Thank you. I've always felt the 60s was where America went off the rails. And of course, Roe v. Wade wasn't decided in exactly the 60s, but the 60s really, I think, began with the assassination of President Kennedy. You could say the end of that disastrous decade was January 22nd, 1973, where the Supreme Court decided that abortion was legal in the United States of America. Just a disaster. Since then, 63 million unborn children have died in every state. 10 years before that, abortion would have been considered illegal. All churches would have been appalled by it, and all Americans knew it was just a horrible thing. But then, in an example of out-of-control judiciary, probably the most extreme example in our country, the U.S. Supreme Court came in and began a reign in which 63 million unborn children have lost their lives. The U.S. is one of 7 countries where late-term abortions are legal. We stand with Vietnam, North Korea, Red China, together with Singapore, Canada, and Netherlands. But one of the few countries in the world, after all God has given us, that we decide to step up and say it's appropriate to kill a child right up to birth. So in any event, today we mourn the anniversary of Roe v. Wade. We look forward to leaving this chamber and marching in the March for Life, as we hope that this is finally, given that there's an important Supreme Court decision coming down, finally the end, or the beginning of the end, of this ongoing slaughter of the innocents in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Thanks for reminding us that the Chinese Communist Party and North Korea both have policies just like ours, especially as it relates to up-to-birth abortions. I'd like to now yield to Doug LaMalfa, gentleman from California.
Thank you, my friend and colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, for being
a stalwart leader on this ever since I've been involved with this. I appreciate you for being courageous and strong on defending life, sir. So as we know, in the 49 years since the Supreme Court codified Roe versus Wade, the science behind pregnancy and its diagnosis, so to speak, has advanced exponentially. We know this year the Supreme Court will rule on a case called Dobbs versus Jackson to decide on limiting abortion access to 15 weeks of pregnancy. So, as if there's been any doubt really on what a pregnancy means, common sense-wise, that it's a child developing, not a blob, a tissue mass, a clump of cells, or a baby giraffe. No, it's a human being. Medical advancements like ultrasounds since that decision 49 years ago, prenatal surgeries, all these have shown that the humanity of the unborn, which points to the value of life from the moment of conception, from that flash of light. By 15 weeks in the womb, babies have fully developed hearts, can taste, can make facial expressions, and can feel pain. With today's medical advancements, a baby can survive outside the womb incredibly at 22 weeks. In some cases, even earlier with aggressive care and maybe a little bit of luck and God's blessing. Roe versus Wade allows a baby to be aborted as late as 28 weeks. 28 weeks, a baby's a living, breathing, developed person with thoughts and a future. We need revisions to Roe versus Wade. The future of our nation, its morality, its outlook, it depends on it. Abortion is a gruesome act that destroys families, harms women's health, mentally and physically, and takes the life of the innocent. I will always fight for the unborn, the sanctity of life, and our traditional family values this country is founded upon. It's truly a cornerstone, and it's abhorrent that lives like this can be taken needlessly when we have so many remedies. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I'll yield back.
And thank you for your leadership all of these many years. I'd like to now yield to a gentlelady from Texas, Beth Van Dyne.
Thank you very much. This weekend, tens of thousands of men and women will fill the streets of our capital to march for the lives of the unborn and to advocate for the rights of the most vulnerable Americans. These men and women are advocating for an end to abortion, but they're not just seeking policy solutions. I know many of the devoted participants in the March for Life and about all the work they do in our communities to make sure that no woman ever feels alone or that abortion is her only option. They staff pregnancy centers, host diaper drives, provide information on adoptions, and they organize childcare for young mothers. They are doing the work of making their cities and neighborhoods a place where no one is alone, and there is a support system for every mother. There is sensitive and compassionate help available to those facing an unwanted pregnancy. This weekend, as we march for life, we march for a brighter future for all of us, one that values the unborn and sees the potential in every life. I am proud to support, champion, and stand with these efforts.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd like to now yield to a distinguished gentlelady from Tennessee, Diana Harshbarger, who is also a pharmacist.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Representative. You know, it's my belief in God and my Christian faith. They are the catalyst for every decision I make. And remarkable Americans from across the country are gathering this week in Washington, D.C. to advocate for the protection of the unborn children. Written into the Declaration of Independence is our founding faith and principle that we're all created by God, created equally, endowed by our Creator with the unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, since the infamous Supreme Court decision Roe v. Wade some 49 years ago, we've fallen short of that national edict by not acknowledging that life at every stage is precious, valuable, sacred, and ought to be protected. To the many Americans marching in person this week and supporting the pro-life movement through other means, I want to say thank you for your dedication to this most high, worthy cause, and know that you're not alone in this fight. As you continue to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves, remember that my pro-life colleagues and I stand with you. I promise to use this platform right here in Congress and beyond to continue my vocal and unapologetic advocacy for unborn children. I will not stop fighting until our laws and policies protect life at every stage, and I hope you won't either. And I yield back.
Thank you so much. I'd like to now yield to a friend and colleague for several decades, Robert Adderholt, gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Congressman, and thank you for your leadership on this over the many years that we've had a chance to serve together, and we're grateful for your leadership today. I want to recognize that with my colleagues on this a solemn day. It was the day that we commemorate the anniversary of Roe v. Wade. And I've said it before and, of course, continue to say, as I have many times, I'm pro-life, I'm pro-family, and I'm pro-child. I join my colleagues, I join my constituents in Alabama's 4th Congressional District in remembering the literally millions of babies who have been aborted since that 1973 decision. But this year, we are possibly on the brink of a transformational moment in our history, a moment of hope that we really hadn't had for many, many years. The reversal of or major changes to Roe v. Wade. As most of us know, in June of this year, we expect the U.S. Supreme Court to hand down a decision on the Dobbs versus Jackson case. In deciding this case, the Supreme Court has the opportunity to protect the lives of unborn children after the 15-week mark of pregnancy. But I think we all have to be clear. Even if the Supreme Court upholds the Mississippi law as it is written, the abortion will not be banned nationwide. It simply gives the power back to the states. For me, my pro-life stance is deeply rooted in my Christian faith, but just as important, my opposition to abortion is about doing what is right. It's about protecting unborn babies. It's about not trying to impose in any way my faith on anyone else. That's because it's also rooted in science. Like much of science, our scope of knowledge on the development of unborn babies has advanced far than what we knew back in 1973. And it's time for our laws to catch up. At 15 weeks, an unborn baby has a heartbeat. It can open and close its fingers and hands. It can taste. It can even feel pain. No argument in favor of abortion can overcome one unchanging fact, and that is abortion stops a beating heart. Given the developments of the unborn babies at 15 weeks, abortion after this time frame often involve gruesome medical procedures that are dangerous for mothers and undoubtedly painful to the baby. I encourage my colleagues that as we look forward, as we return back to our states, and this issue is turned over into the hands, hopefully, of the states, that we can make groundbreaking steps in saving the lives of the unborn. And I yield back.
Thank you so much, Robert, for those very eloquent remarks. I'd like to now yield to my friend and colleague from Kansas, Tracy Mann. Tracy.
Grateful. I want to thank my friend and colleague from New Jersey for hosting this and for your leadership on this incredibly important issue for decades now. I rise today to offer my reasoning for voting to protect unborn American citizens. I believe that life begins at conception, which is why I support adoptions, foster care, and crisis pregnancy centers that work tirelessly to care for mothers and babies. Kansans are leading the way in protecting the right to life by placing the Value Them Both Amendment on the ballot in this year's response to the Kansas Supreme Court's unthinkable ruling that abortion is a constitutional right. For my part, I've co-sponsored pro-life legislation including H.R. 18, the No Taxpayer-Funded Abortion Act, permanently prohibiting federal funding for abortions and abortion services. And I've introduced my own H.R. 714, which would require the executive branch to notify Congress and the American public before issuing any new executive order pertaining to pro-life provisions. Abortion has desensitized our nation, and I pray that we wake up soon and repent for the horrors that we visit upon America's most vulnerable, the unborn. Imagine what this country would look like economically, culturally, socially, and spiritually if abortion hadn't wiped out an entire generation of Americans, 63.4 million people over the last 50 years. I want to say thank you to all of you who are joined together in this fight. Thank you for using your voices to defend the voiceless. Thanks for having us.
I'd like to now recognize Dr. Thompson. As I said before, there are many doctors who are outspoken in their defense of life, and Dr. Thompson is one of those. Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey who is a champion for human rights, and that includes the right to life. Nothing more precious. Mr. Speaker, I rise today during this special order to reaffirm my commitment to protect and defend the sanctity of life. From the moment I stepped foot onto this chamber in 2009, I submitted my promise to protect our most vulnerable, the unborn. In this Congress, I have co-sponsored 11 bills and signed on to 8 letters relating to pro-life policies. Our founders enshrined in the Declaration of Independence 3 unalienable rights. The first is the right to life. Sadly, from the moment of Roe versus Wade decision, the basic right to life has been denied to more than 60 million unborn children. And we don't know what those children would have grown up to do, perhaps to end cancer, have a solution to Alzheimer's. I mean, the possibilities are endless with the loss of those lives. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today with so many of my colleagues. We know that there is hope on the horizon. The life movement is strong, and I look forward to continue advocating on behalf of pro-life policies. It is my hope that one day those unalienable rights will extend to all Americans born and unborn, and it is my prayer that this will be the last March for Life, with Roe v. Wade being the law of the land, that when we march next year, we'll be in celebration for what we've accomplished for the protection of the unborn. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank
I
you,
yield
Dr.
back.
Thompson. Thank you so much. What a great hope and a great dream, and I do believe it will happen. Thank you. I'd like to now yield to another friend and colleague, Scott Fitzgerald, gentleman from Wisconsin. Scott.
Thank you, Representative. I rise today in defense of life. This Saturday, as many of the previous speakers had alluded to, is the 49th anniversary of Roe versus Wade. As such, it is a fitting time to talk about this administration's radical anti-life policies, which some of us were caught off guard when President Biden was out there running for the presidency. Over the past year, we have watched President Biden and the Democrats continually push what I would consider an anti-life full agenda. First, they gutted the Hyde Amendment, a long-standing provision of appropriations bills that prevents taxpayer funding for abortions and has saved an estimated 2 million lives. Then the Biden administration's Department of Health and Human Services changed the rules to essentially require healthcare providers to perform abortions despite any moral objections they may have. Finally, my Democrat colleagues passed a radical bill that removed existing limits on abortion and allows abortions on demand no matter the age of the fetus. I will always push back on their anti-life stances with a clear and strong message of full opposition. I believe that every human life is precious and should be protected at every stage. Throughout my career, I've always stood for life, and I will continue to fight against this administration's anti-life policies, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, today, after decades of noble struggle and sacrifice, pro-life Americans are hopeful that government-sanctioned violence against children and the exploitation of women by abortion may be nearing an end. Although in a very real way, the struggle to defend innocent human life now enters a critically important new phase. Because of the Dobbs case, because the Supreme Court has finally seemingly accepted a relook at Roe versus Wade and subsequent decisions, the federal government and the states may soon have new authority to protect the weakest and the most vulnerable among us. Protection for unborn children is at a tipping point. In 2022, the Supreme Court can begin dismantling the culture of death that it has imposed on America. For decades, right up to this very moment, abortion supporters have gone through extraordinary lengths to ignore, to trivialize, and cover up the battered baby victim. With stolid resolve, they defend the indefensible. Why does dismembering a child with sharp knives, pulverizing a child with powerful suction devices, or chemically poisoning a baby with any number of toxic chemicals and one method euphemistically called medical abortion, why does all of this fail to elicit so much as a scintilla of empathy, mercy, or compassion from the so-called pro-choice crowd? Have the physical and emotional consequences of women been underreported? You bet they have. I've been in the pro-life movement for almost 50 years, and both my wife Marie and I do work with a lot of women who have had abortions, and they tell us stories of agony that has been, again, just like the fact of the unborn child's worth and dignity, have been trivialized by the other side of this issue. Why are children born alive during some of the late-term abortions not given the same standard of care and respect as premature infants born at that very same age? They are left to die, or they are just killed after they are born. President Biden understands the gruesome reality of abortion and this injustice, or at least he once did. As Senator Biden wrote to constituents explaining his support for the Hyde Amendment, for example, prohibiting taxpayer funding for elective abortions, he said it would, quote, this is his words, protect both the woman and her unborn child. He stated at the time, I have consistently, on no fewer than 50 occasions, voted against federal funding of abortions. Those of us who are opposed to abortion, he went on, should not be compelled to pay for them. Today, the president has weaponized the entire federal bureaucracy to aggressively promote abortion on demand at home and overseas, including a full-court press to force taxpayers to fund abortion on demand, including the repeal of the Hyde Amendment. Last September, the House passed a bill, the Abortion on Demand Act. Of course, it had a different name that just cloaked the misery that it would impose. And that bill would not only codify late-term abortions, it would also nullify nearly every modest pro-life restriction ever enacted by the states, including women's right to know laws in 35 states, parental involvement statutes in 37 states, pain-capable unborn child protection laws in 19 states, sex selection abortion bans in almost a dozen states, and waiting periods in 26 states. By his words and his deeds, the president has become the abortion president. And I think he wants to own that. But this all comes, Mr. Speaker, at a time when ultrasound imaging has made unborn babies more visible with a greater clarity than ever before. And when breakthroughs research has now found that unborn children can feel pain at 15 weeks gestational age and maybe earlier. Today, modern medicine treats an ever-increasing number of unborn children with disability and disease as patients in need of diagnosis and life-enhancing treatments before birth. Unborn babies are society's youngest patients and deserve protection, not death by abortion. Science informs us that birth is merely an event, albeit a very important one, in the life of a child. It's not the beginning of his or her life. And, you know, as most people know, after the ultrasound, the grandparents, the parents, the friends, they get pictures of the child in utero, the ultrasound pictures. They're the first baby pictures that are now plastered on all of our refrigerators in great expectation for that event called birth. The right to life is the first human right, and it must be guaranteed to everyone, regardless of race, age, sex, disability, stage of development, or condition of dependency. Life is not just for the planned, the privileged, or the perfect. We need to protect these innocent children. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I do yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 452, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Willie O'Ree,
in recognition of his extraordinary contributions and commitment to hockey, inclusion, and recreational opportunity.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I want to commend my colleagues who have been down here on the floor of the House of Representatives for the most part for the last hour talking about the importance of defending life, those infamous or famous or important words, I should say, in the Declaration of Independence: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nothing could be more important than this body focusing on defending life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And my colleagues focus on life as we sit here now, 49 years removed from a Supreme Court decision taking out of the hands of the people and putting it into the hands of unelected judges decisions about the beginning of life, when life begins, the important reality of a people defending life. What is controversial about defending life? It's a question for this body. What is controversial about defending life? And when we talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, when we talk about living on this earth while God gives us the precious time we have here, what are we going to do with that time? And are we going to live free? Are we going to be able to pursue happiness, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? One might wonder here now, a year into the current administration, the Biden administration, whether the average American would say that he or she is free to pursue happiness. Are we free to pursue happiness? When in fact, just a few miles, or frankly, a few thousand feet from this chamber where we are right now, restaurants are being chastised and pursued by the government of the District of Columbia, representing this area that forms our nation's capital, because those restaurants may not believe that it is in their interest or the interest of the people that they serve to be checking papers, to be checking so-called vaccine passports or vaccine passes. One restaurant in particular over on 8th Street, which is one of the early restaurants into 8th Street as it was revitalizing, that is being fined, berated, harassed by the government of the District of Columbia for wanting its doors to be open and not to harass its patrons, for them to use their own free will to make a decision about what is in their interest, that they don't want to live in a republic where you're forced to show papers, to walk about and to engage in society, to freely move about and engage in commerce. The very heart of the kinds of ideas that the founders meant and that Jefferson meant when he penned Pursuit of Happiness. That we not allow a government through tyrannical policies to interfere with our pursuit of happiness, our ability to have a business, our ability to go out and take care of our family, our ability to move about, to engage in commerce, to create wealth and opportunity for our children and our grandchildren, to be able to get health care, to be able to be secure in our possessions, secure in our belongings, secure in our own homes. And I would ask this question: is the United States more secure than it was a year ago? Is the United States stronger economically than it was a year ago? Is the United States stronger on the world stage? Are we safer from our enemies than we were a year ago? Is our border secure? Are we able to afford energy and have reliable energy to heat our homes, fuel our cars, provide jobs, keep us warm in the winter, cool in the summer? Are we able to do that better than we were a year ago? The answer very clearly to all of those questions is a resounding no. Do you think it is an accident that I just spent 2 hours in a hearing in the Judiciary Committee bemoaning the United States Senate for holding the line on the filibuster, which Democrats and this president wanted to throw over the wall in the name of voting rights, because nobody can oppose something called voting rights. They put up those words they called Voting Rights Act, and they name it after people that we serve within the chamber to provide maximum guilt if you dare stand up and say that the people in the states ought to be able to decide how to ensure that the elections of the people that represent them are secure. That you dare to have a voter ID favored by 80% of the American people. But yet, let's go back to what I just said. I got to have an ID just to walk in and buy a hamburger in the nation's capital. But I can't have an ID to vote. No, no, no. That's Jim Crow 2.0, I'm told by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I actually had colleagues on the committee today walking through the horrors of the poll tax, the jelly bean counting, all of the obstructions put into place for voting in the 1950s, 60s, that the Voting Rights Act nobly pursued to correct, and then tried to compare that to voter identification. Tried to compare that to wanting to make sure that mail-in ballots aren't abused by anybody, any party. Even though, by the way, that those bastions of crazy conservatism, Jimmy Carter and James Baker, came out in a report over a decade ago that the New York Times quoted saying precisely that mail-in ballots are the area where you have the most fraud. Now, all of us want to have integrity and belief in our elections, but my Democratic colleagues want to use that issue to divide us, as President Biden literally admitted yesterday in his 1-hour marathon, wandering, meandering press conference. He literally said he couldn't say whether the elections would be legitimate this fall unless we embrace the legislation that he says must get passed, that we must set aside the traditions of the Senate to jam through, and all of it very clearly to set the stage for a lack of faith and belief in the elections that are coming this November. Again, I ask, is America stronger or weaker? Is it richer or poorer? More secure or less safe? We know the answer, and that's why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle wish not to talk about those issues. We don't want to have a debate about crime on the floor. Do any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to come down to the floor right now and have a debate about crime in the United States? Do they? With a 50% increase of crime in Austin, a 50% increase of crime in San Antonio, a 19-year-old woman shot in a Burger King in New York City, a 24-year-old student murdered, walking the streets of Los Angeles, train robberies in 21st century America with litter all over the tracks in Los Angeles. Do you think that's an accident? Or could it be the radical leftists that are funded to take over the district attorney's office in cities across America, radical city councils like the Austin City Council, leftists in this chamber who believe that letting criminals out on the streets, that believe in not prosecuting people, is going to make our country safer? It is empirically, obviously untrue. And the American people see it, and I promise you, take this bet, we will not have a debate on the floor of this body about crime while I'm here this year. Won't happen. My Democratic colleagues wouldn't dare have a debate about crime because they would get absolutely decimated. They sure as heck don't want to have a debate about the border. You want to talk about 2 million apprehensions? You want to talk about 1 million people released? You want to talk about dead Texans? You want to talk about fentanyl pouring into our communities, 100,000 dead Americans, opioid poisonings of our youth, kids taking Xanax and dying because cartels are funneling into our country while China drives it right up through Mexico? Not a person in this chamber on the other side of the aisle wants to sit down on the floor and have an adult debate about why our country is much less secure and much more endangered at the hands of the cartels and at people making money, trafficking in human beings, undermining our security and safety in the United States of America. I promise you, Joe Biden and the Nancy Pelosi Democrats have no interest in having a debate about the border because it is an embarrassment. It's a travesty. Ranches are getting overrun. People are dying. Bullets being fired across at our own Border Patrol. National Guard having to fire at cars coming across the border. Livestock getting out. Bodies stacking up in Brooks County, Texas. Body trailers. Cartels making hundreds of millions of dollars on a daily basis. Driving fentanyl into our kids' communities and schools. No, no, no. We do not want to have a debate about the state of our border. Do we want to have a debate about the state of health care mandates? No. No. This body has no debate but embraces rules. We must wear masks, they say. For a year and a half, we've been excoriated, even fined if you don't wear a mask on the floor of the House of Representatives. Masks which are very clearly proven, fabric masks, to have no good, real discernible benefit over the last year and a half of the mandates of must wear a face covering. And they say, well, are we going to mandate N95s? We're going to have to wear N95s on the floor. Do they want to talk about the negative effects in the studies of wearing N95s for a prolonged period of time? What that does for people's health and well-being, breathing carbon dioxide, minimizing your cognitive ability if you wear N95s for a long time. Some people might joke, would it make any difference on the floor of the House if you minimize the cognitive ability of members of the House? Could argue that it may not make any difference whatsoever, looking in the mirror myself. We don't want to have a debate on the floor of the House on anything, by the way, much less the reality of what has been happening with respect to this virus and our response to it. And what Anthony Fauci engaged in with respect to the reality of the truth of funding gain-of-function research, knowing full well the dangers, working to cover that up, hide from the American people how this virus came about, not wanting to pursue the truth on that, not wanting to pursue the truth or conduct studies on natural immunity. We have study after study after study coming out right now. I can pull up my phone and pull up study after study now, finally, demonstrating and showing how natural immunity is more powerful than vaccinations, and people don't want to be able to have that honest conversation. An adult leadership would have done like the nation of Japan. We believe that vaccines are effective for a large group of people. We believe that there are some risks. You're adults. We won't mandate. You decide. We can't do that in the supposed land of the free. We sit up here and we stare at that American flag and we talk about the Senate being the greatest deliberative body. They don't really debate. This being the people's house, the people's chamber. When was the last time the Speaker heard a robust debate on the floor of the House with multiple members? When was the last time we offered an amendment on the floor of the House in open debate that wasn't predetermined by all of the rules overlords who govern our lives? Democrat and Republican, I do want to say. 6 years since we've had an amendment offered on the floor of the House, offered in open debate. You want to know why we can't do anything in this chamber? Because we don't ever debate. We don't ever actually have a discussion and throw things out there and then vote. Maybe, just maybe, we come to some bipartisan agreement. I'm happy to work with colleagues on my other side of the aisle. Dean Phillips and I worked on the PPP Flexibility Act. Abigail Spanberger and I have introduced legislation called the Trust Act to deal with stock trading, believing that might help improve people's faith and confidence in this body. I've introduced numerous bills and passed numerous bills, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. That's not what this is about. It's about a broken body refusing to actually debate, refusing to actually engage, refusing to offer amendments. Both sides do it. That needs to end. And the last point that I'll make on that point, if you want this body to function again, you have to stop spending money we don't have. if you keep writing blank checks, how on earth is there a check against the wisdom of the policy? You just keep writing a check to keep doing the same thing or to do something different. You can't run a business that way. You can't run a home that way. You can't run a church that way. You can't run a legitimate school that way. But no, we just keep writing checks to fund the expansion of government, to fund the creation of programs, no matter who's in power. And over the last year, we've seen what that causes when it's then left in the hands of an administration that literally does not care about the rule of law. To be very clear, this administration is ignoring the rule of law, ignoring their oath, ignoring their duty to enforce the laws of the United States, ignoring their duty to secure the border, ignoring their duty to stand up in defense of the men and women in blue, to follow the laws around the United States, ignoring their oath to stand up and defend the United States against our foreign enemies, hold the line against Russia, push back on Russia, sanction them, hold the line on Nord Stream 2, stand alongside Ukraine, push back on China, stop appeasing them. Don't leave $85 billion sitting there in the hands of terrorists when we walk away and abandon our duty and leave those men and women on the field and then have 13 dead Marines to show for it. That's the legacy of the first year of this administration. But will President Biden, when he strolls to that podium on March 1st for a so-called State of the Union, and we're all spread out and all wearing masks and doing whatever the heck we're going to do, not actually doing the people's business, will he address any of those issues? Will he talk about border security? Will he talk about how we're weaker around the world? Will he talk about the crime on the streets of Los Angeles, New York, Austin, San Antonio, Chicago? Will he talk about the businesses getting crippled by mask mandates and health mandates? Will he talk about the children who are now having mental health issues, the people who are sick, the diseases that weren't dealt with, all to push a vaccine mandate that goes contrary to the pursuit of happiness and our right as Americans to live free? Will he talk about any of those things? Will he talk about the fact that the United States of America is sitting on one of the world's largest reservoirs of energy? And yet we're wondering, even in Texas, whether you can have the lights on, because we've built no nuclear power plants. We've slowed down our production of clean-burning natural gas, all chasing unicorn energy policies of wind and solar as if they can possibly power the world at the level that is needed for the proper amount of human flourishing, while 3 billion people around this planet do not have access to abundant energy and power. Will the President of the United States come down here and talk about that? Or will he get up there and just talk about, well, we're going to be net zero in our carbon production by 2035 or 2050? He'll make up some totally arbitrary number without regard at all to what that does to the price of energy and the availability and abundance of energy. All of this has real-life consequences for Americans. People die. Houses get cold. People can't get access to energy. They can't afford energy. They lose jobs. You have stagnation. And then you have the brilliance of this administration and the brilliance of those in the media starting to talk about energy and food price control. Because of course that's what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will resort to. They'll sit there and bemoan markets when they don't let the markets work. Healthcare markets never work. Well, we haven't had a healthcare market in decades. It's an absolute lie. And I'm looking at you, big healthcare. I'm looking at you, pharma. I'm looking at you, hospitals. I'm looking at you, big insurance. You made out like bandits after Obamacare. You minted money. And probably 3/4 of the people in this chamber fattened their wallets and their portfolios riding the back of all of that big healthcare enrichment, all at the expense of poor Americans around this country trying to get access to a doctor without having to call some bureaucrat in the government, the VA, their insurance company, or whoever it may be, but it sure as heck isn't their doctor. We don't have health freedom in this country. We have mandated big health care, big government, big insurance, bureaucracy. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it because you all had to deal with it. You've had to call somebody. You had to call some kid sitting in Omaha in some phone bank telling you which doctor you can go to 2,000 miles away. That's the truth, and we all know it. And we sit in here, we roll in here, and we say, let's spend more money and create another government program. Let's spend more money we don't have. Not one person in this body will come down here and truly debate any of these truths. When you're $30 trillion in debt, when you're funding the very FBI going after parents for daring to stand up and defending their children in a school board meeting, when you're funding Department of Homeland Security that is literally lying to the American people saying our border is secure while hundreds of thousands of people come across. You want to know what happened in that synagogue? Because we don't have a dang clue who's coming to the United States, and this administration doesn't care. They don't care. They don't care what list they're on. They don't care whether they pose a danger to the United States of America. They don't care at all who's coming into this country. And they sure as heck don't care what's happening to the people of Texas, Arizona, or frankly, everybody around this country who are having to bear the costs, or having to bear the burden of what wide open borders means to the United States of America. Complain about Mayorkas? We should impeach him for failing to faithfully execute the laws of the United States of America, endangering Americans in the process, ignoring the laws of the United States. And that's what is happening. That's what is happening. America is poorer, sicker, and less safe a year into the Biden administration, and that is the truth. Our enemies know it. That's why Russia's going after Ukraine. That's why China is rattling on a daily basis. That's why Russia, China, and Iran are talking about joint exercises. That's why the cartels are emboldened. That's why there are people marching through Mexico from all over the world coming to our southern border. That's why there are people on the streets breaking into businesses, assaulting people on the streets and killing them, raping them, happening every single day in the United States of America with reckless abandon, while Democrats in district attorney's office, Democrats in the House of Representatives, Democrats in this administration do nothing about it and do not care that the American people are left holding the bag. And then they want to talk about taking away our Second Amendment rights and our ability to defend ourselves. Well, that crap ain't going to happen, because we're going to defend ourselves in the land of the free. We're going to stand up and defend our communities and defend our families. We're going to stand up in defense of the Constitution and limited government and freedom and be able to protect our families and protect our states when this administration is letting this country burn and then dares to do an hour-long press conference lecturing the people for wanting to make sure their elections are secure, for daring to say that we should have voter identification when that same administration is mandating vaccine mandates that is causing healthcare workers to lose their job. Healthcare workers in long-term health facilities to be unable to carry out their job. And then talk about, oh, the burden on hospitals. Well, you just caused 20% of nurses to have to leave because you were mandating they take a jab for something that's a year old that Pfizer is making billions of dollars on. And then we won't even have a hearing about why on earth we're having this virus in the first place, because of what Anthony Fauci knew and what NIH was up to and what China was up to. And we won't have a hearing about natural immunity. We won't have a hearing about the dangers and levels of dangers of the vaccines, what they may be. And again, my polio-stricken father, who's 79, has been vaccinated. I refuse to say whether I've been vaccinated because I think it's a principle for Americans that they shouldn't have to say. My point is, there are people for whom the vaccine makes sense. There are people for whom the vaccine does not make sense. Mandating a jab in a 5-year-old is irresponsible, and it's dangerous. And we should have that conversation instead of blindly walking around preaching what other people should stick in their dang arm. But that's what we do in the people's house. I'm sitting here in an empty chamber with the speaker, respectfully. And that's it. They're all jet fumed out, leaving town. Ooh, we shut down early. Let's get out of here. Or they're out at some, fundraiser or something. Let's have a debate on these issues. Let's seek the truth. I don't know all the truth on all of those issues. I don't know the specific risks. I've read a lot about what's going on with vaccines, positive and negative. But it's becoming very, very clear that it doesn't do squat to stop the spread. So you're left basically saying, well, it's better for you so that you don't die in the hospital. Well, let's look at the data on that. But why don't we just present the information and let the American people decide? Japan's rate is a lot higher than ours, and ours has mandates. All they did was say, we think it's good, there are some risks, you decide. We can't do that in America. We can't just go down to the border and say, you know what, it's better for migrants, better for Texans and all Americans, bad for cartels, bad for China, if we secure our border. That's the truth. Talk to the migrants getting abused. Talk to the people in South Texas. Go to Laredo and Webb County. Sit down with the brown people in Laredo who will say, we're pretty ticked off at this administration about how they're handling the border. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle might be up for a rude awakening pretty soon about their expectations of what voters are voting for them and what voters are not. Because there's a lot of people in this country that are sick and tired of an elite in this town immersed in the swamp, promoting big healthcare, promoting big tech, promoting big government, minimizing the rights and the abilities of Americans to live their lives the way they see fit. That is our calling as we head to 2026, our 250th birthday of the United States of America, which comes up in 4.5 years. Will we be able to say that we live in the land of the free? Will we be able to say that we are pursuing happiness? That we are the country of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? And we will only be able to do that if we stand up and secure our nation's sovereignty, defend our streets, protect our families, stand up to enemies around the world, and limit this body to the job that it was given in the Constitution, limit our spending to the dollars that we have, and responsibly lead this country and represent the people so that this country can, in fact, be great in our agreements and our disagreements in a federalist republic where we're able to live free. And with that, I yield back.
That's it. The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.